by the way. Glorp 2025. That's the plan.
Happy 9/11, pita flag, pita flag, pita flag.
Wait, what did that say? Oh, fuck. Did you see what Trump posted on his Instagram?
Logan Paul is my savior. KSI is my favorite. I want to watch Lil Nas X. I like what's on the trending page.
Wait, he posted this. Trump actually posted this on his
Beat my
Instagram.
meat. Lock me down.
Does anyone know what this
Inject
means?
Me.
Inject again.
I'm gay, trans, and I am boosted. Fauci
is my savior. Hillary is woke. She-Hulk is my favorite movie. The DTS said happy 9/11. Wait, so what did Trump post on his Instagram? Let me see. Instagram. Jesus. Yeah, he's got the best memes, I think. The best memes. Yeah, I don't know what any of that is. Why did he post this? Curtis Connor style editing? Is it? Did Donald Trump make that himself? I don't know. So yeah, this was Elon Musk's reaction to the fucking Taylor Swift endorsement of Kamala Harris. The shirt I got at Thrifted. Fine, Taylor, you win. I will give you a child and guard your cats with my life. Just a demon. Just a horrible piece of shit. And then, you know, your gross AI grok generated this from you post. From you post. And then the cats, of course, for the racism. Just throw it all in there. Sorry to jump scare you with the convicted felon shirt guy. But I'm going to leave you with him for a second.
Wow.
Wow. He's got a new shirt, and it's so awesome.
Wow.
He's in it.
Wow. The debate is over. I'm mic'd up because I'm getting ready to go live on Newsmax in 2. Getting ready to go live, so I'm mic'd up. The debate is over. What did you guys think of the debate? Friends, Kamala came prepared. She came prepared with lots of points that I don't know that President Trump was ready for. It was not a slaughter, and I'll tell you why. Because she was pushing lies that if somebody doesn't know what the truth is, then they wouldn't know. They don't know what to think. And how many Americans actually go research? How many actually go research and fact check? I've been trying to put the fact checks out. She still pushed the Charlottesville lie. Absolutely, absolutely a lie. She pushed so many lies, but she was very, very cunning in exactly why and how she said what she said. And at the end of each of her sections of statements, she would point at him and look at him. I think that was a reason. She was trying to get under his skin, and I think she was trying to get under his skin. So I think it's crazy. I'm going live on Newsmax 2. Like my new shirt? This is what it's about. Unity Avengers. Get it in my shop right now. LoveThatMerch.com. Unity Avengers. We got J.D. Vance, Elon Musk, RFK Jr., Trump, Tulsi Gabbard, and me. Are you kidding me? LoveThatMerch.com. And let me see. I'm going live. You want to see my setup here? Check this out. This is my studio setup.
Will you be participating
That's
in
their
October?
prompter.
Trollvember.
That's where I'm about to
What
go
about
live on
Goblin
N2
overall?
right now. And that's, if I'm reading, then they'll have some stuff in there for me to read, but I'm not reading. I'm just talking. I just get to come on and talk. Overall, President Trump still handled business. He still handled business. He held his cool. He made his points. There were definitely, I believe, some missed opportunities of President Trump. But I don't know why you're saying no sound. You should have sound. Everybody should have sound. Yeah, definitely got to get that shirt. LoveThatMerch.com, Avengers.
Don't be
So
rude.
it's on, get the app. Get the Newsmax app on your phone or on your TV. And I'm getting ready to go live. I got to turn my camera on right now. Got to turn my camera on right now because I'm about ready to go.
Sorry, chat.
So I could bring it on. I don't know why everybody's saying there's no sound.
Let's roll this back real quick. Sorry.
Mic'd up. The debate is over. What did you guys think?
He's about to
of the
go
debate?
on Newsmax, so this is part of the reason Trump
Brian.
no longer fucks with Newsmax.
I'm in agony.
I'm bonking him for everyone. Does he know you can what? Does he know you can choose when to stop recording? Is he already live? What is Newsmax? It's what Trump tried to replace Fox News with after Fox News wouldn't let him say he got away with, or wouldn't let him get away with saying he won the election.
Friends, Kamala came prepared. She came prepared with lots of points that I don't know that President Trump was ready for. It was not a slaughter, and I'll tell you why. Because she was pushing lies that if somebody doesn't know,
Yeah, Trump didn't say any lies that nobody knows about. Trump did not lie. He was very truthful. You prepare points. That's what Sean Hannity was saying afterward, too. He was saying, it sounded really rehearsed. And it's like, yeah. Because Donald Trump didn't rehearse or, like, prepare at all, it makes Kamala sound, like, inauthentic or something? Like, what do you mean? She prepared.
what the truth is, then they wouldn't know. They don't know what to think. And how many Americans actually go research? How many actually go research and fact check? I've been trying to put the fact.
Look at this guy. He researches. He researched that T-shirt when he researched how to make it. He researched how to open Photoshop. And it's him, Donald Trump, Nikki Haley, or no, Tulsi Gabbard. Not Nikki Haley. She doesn't get to be on it. It's Tulsi. J.D. Vance and Elon Musk. And RFK Jr. in there, with the brainworm in there too.
Checks out.
Even though the brainworm isn't depicted, it's in there technically, in RFK Jr.'s skull still, to this day, dead.
Out. She still pushed the Charlottesville lie. Absolutely, absolutely a lie. She pushed so many lies, but she was very, very cunning in exactly why and how she said what she said. And at the end of each of her sections of statements, she would point at him, look at him. I think that was a reason. She was trying to get under his skin, and I think she was trying to get under his skin.
Duh.
So-
God, this guy can't even analyze like the actual happenings of the debate. Again, this is why Trump excuse me, this is why Trump doesn't fuck with Newsmax anymore. Remember to only refer to RFK Jr. by they them pronouns because you're also including a worm. That's true.
I think it's
Think about that. It's plural.
It's crazy. I'm going live on Newsmax 2. Like my new shirt?
Does this guy only ever talk about the shirts he wears?
This is what it's about. Unity Avengers. Get it in my shop right
Unity Avengers.
now. LoveThatMerch.com. Unity Avengers. We got JD Vance, Elon Musk, RFK Jr., Trump, Tulsi Gabbard, and me. Are you kidding me? LoveThatMerch.com. And let me see. I'm going live. You want to see my setup here? Check this out. This is my studio setup.
Bro, what is going on?
That's their prompter.
This is my nasty, dusty room.
That's where I'm about to go live on into right now.
Merch.com.
And that's, if I'm reading, then they'll have some stuff in there for me to read, but I'm not reading. I'm just talking. I just get to come on and talk. Overall, President Trump still handled business. He still handled business. He held his cool. He made his points. There were definitely, I believe, some missed opportunities of President Trump.
He left a brain worm carcass in RFK Gers Skull and staged it to look like a bike accident because he thought it would be funny. In Minecraft.
I thought it would be funny and fun for people.
I don't know why you're saying no sound. You should have sound. Everybody should have sound. Yeah, definitely got to get that shirt. LoveThatMerch.com, Avengers. So
Avengers.
it's on, get the app. Get the Newsmax app on your phone.
Look at the other shirts. But God. DH. Do you guys like this? Oh my God, all the reviews. 2 thumbs up. But God. One nation under God. Man, you can sell anything if you're a Christian. You can just make whatever you want. Oops, cancel. If my people will humble themselves and pray, seek my face. Seek face. You can also get it read like Christmas. More like but God. Yeah, that's what my merch is going to say. But God. Blessed is the nation whose God is the Lord. He's just the shirt guy. Facial nudity, unmask America. Ew. He's just the shirt guy. He's got the shirt. Where's the voting for convicted felon one? Did he not even make that? He didn't even make the convicted felon shirt? That's not even his shirt. Oh, there it is. God, every review picture is so funny. Trumpomania. God, just anything. Truth really upsets mental patients. But God. Oh, he tried this a couple of times. Nursing home patients, convicted felon, any other Democrat. Keep your tips. This sounds like Trump is gonna make circumcision illegal or something. No cursing. Timer 10 minutes. You don't get it, it's but God. True. Oh God. It's so bad. What else did he have to say about the debate?
On your TV, and I'm getting ready to go live. I gotta turn my camera on right now. Gotta turn my camera on right now because I'm about ready to go, so I can bring it on. I don't know why everybody's.
All right, deserved. Very deserved stick bug. You gotta look into Jimmy Tingle. Don't tell me about Jimmy Tingle, man. That's not a real guy. He's like an ultra centrist. Not Jimmy Tingle. What? The radical middle? Okay, he's been around forever.
Would you welcome Jimmy Tingle?
My name is Jimmy Tingle. That is my real name. Now we're supposed to save up for a medical catastrophe? Jimmy, you going to the Cape next summer? I'd love to go. I'm saving up for a stroke.
I try to keep up with what's going on in the world, but sometimes I honestly don't know what to believe.
That's exactly what the American people are looking for in their next leader.
AIDS research, we don't have the money.
What is this
Illiteracy,
music?
the money. Education, the money. Farm, the money. The home.
We gotta get money out of politics. Money is a cancer in our political system. We gotta get it out. Now I'm running for office, calling people up. Listen, we gotta get big money out of politics and give it to me.
Brilliant political strategy.
How about immigration reform as a form of national defense?
Sneaking into a country
Is that not what Trump literally says?
to work. That's incredible.
He's whipping. Trigger warning, Ted Cruz. We have maximum copium from basically every Republican post-debate. Here, give me 1 second.
Joining us now is 2024 Republican Vice Presidential nominee, Senator J.D. Vance. Senator, great to see you. How are you?
Good. How are
you getting ready for your debate?
Yeah. Got a lot of pointers this evening.
Okay. All right. Let's get your overall take. I think the thing that's frustrating to me and a lot of people, well, number one, I think 3-on-1 was a little frustrating.
Yeah.
Number two, the topics that are so relevant, the radical positions that she's taken.
Sure.
When I first interviewed you, the first interview you did,
Yep.
when you were vice president, when you announced to be the candidate, I asked you every hard question, and you answered every one of them, and
That's
I
right.
kept you longer because it was supposed to be 10 minutes. I kept you 30. I was being very nice, and so all these radical positions she's taken, still no answers. We have not moved the ball an inch. It is frustrating.
It is frustrating, and the moderators, I think, did a terrible job of following up on that. But look, I think President Trump did a good job at reminding the American people that this is a person who wanted to ban fracking. Here we are in Pennsylvania. She supported banning fracking. She supported defunding the police. She supported opening the border. And I think that though the moderators didn't do their job, I think President Trump did do his job in reminding the American people that she has taken a number of radical positions that, as he joked, she's run away from. Now she's acting like Donald Trump. She's about to put on a MAGA hat because she realizes
By the way,
radical...
That was a pretty good line.
It was my favorite moment of the debate.
Yeah.
But she is a radical who is trying to run towards Donald Trump's positions because she knows that's what's popular, but it's not what she actually believes. And I think that if you go to her performance, Sean, the most striking part of it is if you actually listen to what she said, it was platitude after slogan. There was no substance. How is she going to lower grocery prices for American citizens?
Rehearse, cliched,
Yes.
use everything that you want to say, and the bottom line is fundamental. I hate Trump.
That's exactly right. And also, look, both of them have records. That's what's different about this election, almost any other election in my lifetime. You have two people with a record. Donald Trump is proud of his record. Kamala Harris is running away from her record because her record is higher grocery prices, homes that are unaffordable, a wide open southern border, rising fentanyl deaths. This is happening because of her failed leadership. And all we need to remind the American people of, and I think Donald Trump did a great job of this tonight, is the reason why these problems happen is because Kamala Harris failed to do her job.
You know, the thing is, she's 50 days, and prior to tonight, she does one interview, no press conferences. You're out there every day.
Yep.
Between you and President Trump, you're nearing, 50 combined?
Sure.
And it's still a mystery. It's like the candidate protection program, and the media keeps her in there. you know, I have all of these files, the Kamala files, the Walls files, them in their own words. This was all available to ABC tonight. You said this about fracking. You said this about drilling. You said this about sex change operations that taxpayers pay for criminals and for illegal immigrants, free housing, health care, education for illegal immigrants, the elimination of private health care. All of these positions that she's taken, you know, and it's amazing that we're this far, that we're this close to an election, we don't have these answers.
That's exactly right. Well, she's running a campaign based on vibes, and she's running for
vibes. What the hell is a vibe? Are we in the 60s?
It feels like it sometimes. I feel like watching Kamala Harris like I've taken some psychedelics, but look, she is a total disaster, Sean, and she runs away from a record. This is the most striking thing is, if you're the vice president, you've been in power for 3.5 years, is she running by saying, look what we did to lower your grocery prices, look what we did to make the world more secure?
She can't.
She can't because her record is one of failure. And we just have to remind the American people of this, Sean. I mean, look, I think if you watch the debate, you're sitting at home, you're an undecided voter, what you saw is a person who repeats slogans instead of respecting you enough to treat you like an adult. You know, Donald Trump, and he gets criticized by this, by the left for this, by the way, Donald Trump actually answers the questions because he respects the American people enough to treat them like citizens. That's why he does everyday debates. That's why he goes out there and talks to people, because he thinks he ought to try to win the people's vote, not just have it given to you.
She also told a lot of lies about Project 2025. Project 2025 is her radical agenda for her. A national abortion ban. That wasn't true. She lied about her saying in 2000, no, I didn't say I'm for fracking. Mandatory gun buyback, she said at the end of the debate. Oh, no, I never said that. I'm a gun owner. I'm like, that is exactly what you said. Yes, you did. It's on tape. We have it. We played it.
That's right. Well,
Mr. Bustin with happiness seeing you again.
Sorry, I'm muted. Okay. I was silenced by wokeism. So no longer muted. Good. Silenced by Jar Jar. Busting. Did you see the Shannon Sharp live? No. I don't know what that is. So what is fracking? Don't worry about it. It's not a factor in this election because both candidates want to do it desperately. So it's not really an option on whether or not we're doing it. The Republican Copium is basically the moderators didn't do their job. 3 versus 1. How dare they fact check Donald Trump? How dare they call him out on lying about stuff? That's mean and undemocratic to do. They're actually the real undemocratic people for not letting him lie. And then they're talking about like, oh, we ought to give her a MAGA hat. Like, that actually kind of works because it amplifies the flip-flop narrative and also like goes to show, it just like accurately points out that there are no moderates that are going to vote for this. Anyone who cares about the border is probably just voting for Donald Trump. She's not winning anyone with her messaging.
She supported banning fracking. She supported defunding.
Even what she mentioned early on in the debate, which was kind of an issue, in my opinion, she mentioned Donald Trump would rather run on an issue rather than fix the issue or whatever regarding the bipartisan border bill that he killed in the Senate. Did the moderators call out Kamala's lie about Hamas raping people and beheading babies? No. She didn't say beheading babies, but she did bring up the mass sexual assault. And that is a lie. So, no fact-checking there, of course. But that's not even a factor. Here, I'll add 5 minutes. Timer 5 minutes. But that's not even a factor. But I was saying, I don't think he would rather run on a problem rather than fix the problem works when he is running on deporting 20 million people. Like, that's his solution. And the problem is people think it's going to do something, and people don't understand how it's going to work. I mean, he was asked by the moderator, so what's your plan? Go door to door? And he went basically, yeah. Yeah, door to door. All right, cool. With local police.
Funding the police.
Now,
She
do you
supported
feel
opening the
about
border.
the theory that Vance is intentionally sabotaging the campaign or planning to flip left on chain office like David Souter?
That sounds like some stuff you heard on TikTok. That's not real. J.D. Vance is a venture capitalist who worked with Peter Thiel. If you think that, you don't know anything about him.
And I think that though the moderators didn't do their job, I think President Trump did do his job in reminding the American people that she has taken a number of radical positions that, as he joked, she's run away from. Now she's acting like Donald Trump. She's about to put on a MAGA hat because she realizes
By the way,
her radical...
That was a pretty good line.
It was my favorite moment of the debate. But she is a radical who is trying to run towards Donald Trump's positions because she knows that's what's popular, but it's not what she actually believes.
Donald Trump is not like, he does not represent popular policy. So running to his narratives is demonstrably very bad.
And I think that if you go to her performance, Sean, the most striking part of it is if you actually listen to what she said, it was platitude after slogan. There was no substance. How is she going to lower grocery prices for American citizens?
Rehearse, cliched, use everything that you want to say, and the bottom line is fundamental. I hate Trump.
That's exactly right. And also, look, both of them have records. That's what's different about this election, almost any other election of my lifetime. You have two people with a record. Donald Trump is proud of his record. Kamala Harris is running away from her record because her record is higher grocery prices, homes that are unaffordable, a wide open southern border, rising fentanyl deaths. This is happening because of her failed leadership. And all we need to remind the American people of, and I think Donald Trump did a great job of this tonight, is the reason why these problems happen is because Kamala Harris failed to do her job.
You know, the thing is, she's 50 days, and prior to tonight, she does one interview, no press conferences. You're out there every day. Between you and President Trump, you're
working so hard. Did you see what Kamala said after the debate ended? That's a Rickroll. Don't do that to me.
Hearing what 50 combined
fentanyl,
and it's still a mystery. It's like the candidate protection program, and the media keeps her in there. You know, I have all of these files, the Kamala files, the Walls files, them in their own.
And see, I don't even know what he's talking about. The Kamala files. This is the same thing as Ben Shapiro's Daily Wire Plus original series, Scamala. No one cares. No one cares. You're a nerd. No one cares. You have to call her like she became a black person or something. Like you have to do the culture war. They don't care about like the phony Harris crime family narratives. This is like golf club Republican stuff that is like the Republican Party itself is really outgrown internally.
Words. This was all available to ABC tonight. You said this about...
I haven't seen the Fox and Friends interview yet. We have that queued up. It's on the docket. We're going to get to it. We're going to hawk to it.
Fracking, you said this about drilling, you said this about sex change operations.
Sean Hannity really just hopped on the dick ride train. Oh, I can't believe I just swore with 1 minute left. Timer 10 minutes. I heard the timer once and I was like, oh wait. And then I immediately checked it. I thought it was over. I doo-dooed myself. But Sean Hannity immediately rode the Trump train on this like immigrant transition prison experiment that I guess Joe Biden is running. Why would you do this? I didn't mean for this. Mia Fat, thank you for the tier 1. Thank you. God, I've had a terrible day.
Is pay for criminals and for illegal immigrants, free housing, health care, education for illegal immigrants, the elimination of private health care.
Like he just hopped right on all this like nonsense. So none of the spin. Oh, wait, I have to do a full 10 minutes. Oh wait, it's still going. It's whatever.
All of these positions that she's taken, you know, and it's amazing that we're this far, that we're this close to an election. We don't have these answers.
No, that's exactly right. Well, she's running a campaign based on vibes, and she's running.
They can't keep saying this when she was talking a little bit of policy last night. More so than Trump was, really.
Vibes. What the hell is a vibe? Are we in the 60s?
It feels like it sometimes. I feel like watching Kamala Harris like
60s?
I've taken some psychedelics. But look, she is a total disaster, Sean, and she runs away from her record. This is the most striking thing is if you're the vice president, you've been in power for 3.5 years, is she running by saying, look what we did to lower your grocery prices, look what we did to make the world more secure?
She can't.
She can't because her record is one of failure. And
My mom thinks what Kamala is doing is actually smart because she thinks it will make centrists vote for her. And if she were to adopt leftist positions, no one would want to vote for her. She also says Hamas attacked a concert and assaulted people. Yeah, well, they did attack a concert. Your mom is right about one thing in the world. Bernie Sanders was one of the most popular candidates. I mean, he's like an independent in the Senate. Still very popular, extraordinarily popular outside of the national stage. And yet...
You just have to remind the American people of this, Sean. I mean, look, I think if you watch the debate, you're sitting at home, you're an undecided voter, what you saw is a person who repeats slogans instead of respecting you enough to treat you like an adult. You know, Donald Trump, and he gets criticized by by the left for this, by the way. Donald Trump actually answers the questions because he respects the American people enough to treat them like citizens. That's why he does everyday debate. That's why he goes out there and talks to people.
Is he saying she was like too condescending or something? Like... What is he talking about? She's talking down to the American people.
Because he thinks that you ought to try to win the people's vote, not just have it given to you.
She also told a lot of lies about Project 2020.
Do you think Bernie would have beaten Trump in 2016 and 2020? Yeah. I mean, a second-term Bernie would have been unstoppable. That would have, you know, that wouldn't have... 2020 just would have been a sweep. But yeah, he definitely would have beat him in 2016. Definitely, without a doubt.
Project 2025 is her radical agenda for her. A national abortion ban. That wasn't true. She lied about her saying in 2000, no, I didn't say I'm for fracking. Mandatory gun buyback. She said at the end of the debate, oh, no, I never said that. I'm a gun owner. I'm like, that is exactly what you said. Yes, you did. It's on tape. We have it. We play.
Dude, he's tweaking. Republicans, when a politician doesn't tell the truth. Voting for Donald Trump, by the way.
Well, that's the entire trick here, right? Is the media is helping Kamala Harris run away from her record, but we have her on tape saying all these things, Sean. And by the way, when she said that she supported a ban on fracking, then she changed her view in 2020, that's another complete fabric.
You have to remember that COVID happened and that would have really hurt Bernie's chances? No. COVID under a Bernie Sanders presidency would have been completely different. Completely different. Because you have to remember, Trump disassembled the pandemic task force in 2018. Did you see the fact check counter for last night's debate? Kamala had 1 false statement. Trump had 33. Interesting.
She has never once changed her view that she wanted to ban fracking. And you're an American sitting at home.
She became the presumptive nominee.
Well, that's right. She changed her mind in 2024, but not in 2020. So another complete fabrication. But think about this. If you're a Pennsylvania energy worker or you're an American suffering from high utility and energy bills, Kamala Harris is telling you she wants to make you pay more and she wants to put these energy workers out of a job. It's a disgrace, but it's what she said in her own words, and we've got a record of success to run on.
Why did Sean Hannity just, like, tell him to cut it? He just didn't like...
She wants to make you suffering from high utility and energy bills. Kamala Harris is telling you she wants to make you pay more, and she wants to put these energy workers out of a job. Weird. It's a disgrace, but it's what she said in...
Sir, Stickbug has entered the premises.
Her own words, and we've got a record of success to run on. We just have to keep on doing it.
Let me ask you this, because I think this is very important. So with 56 days, but we have early voting. We're 1 week away where early voting starts here in Pennsylvania. You're spending a lot of time in Wisconsin, Michigan, Pennsylvania.
Sure.
And one has to wonder, you know, to what extent has her past statements and radical positions penetrated the consciousness of the American people?
Look, I think they've penetrated a little bit, and it's our job over the remaining 56 days of the campaign. And you're right, early voting starts in just a couple of weeks. It's our job to make it penetrate. John, we have to do this every single day. We have to remind the American people of what she said. Look, this is not complicated. We just have to tell the truth. Kamala Harris wanted to ban fracking. She wanted to defund the police. She said it all on video. We just have to remind people of what she said. And by the way, Sean,
like this guy's
it's not
got like a boogie in his nose.
Just reminding people what she said.
You see that? Right there. Enhance.
It's reminding what Donald Trump did and has plans to do again. We had prosperity, we had peace, we had the American dream that started to feel alive again thanks to Donald Trump's leadership. Sean, you know I believe this. I think we've got the best workers, the best history and cultural traditions in the world. We've got the best natural resources in the most beautiful country. We have got failed leadership that is ruining our great inheritance as a country. We just need better leadership. It's that simple. Good to see you, man.
Senator, good to see you. Appreciate it. We'll be seeing you out on the campaign.
Yeah, he's so creepy. We just need better leadership. And Kamala Harris, as we all know, is the president. Love that they have no counter for this message either. Democrats are the best. Speaking of J.D. Vance, let's continue on the Taylor Swift thing. He had something to say about it.
Whether they like her music or fans of hers or not, are going to be influenced by a billionaire celebrity who I think is fundamentally disconnected from the interests.
Oh, my bad. I couldn't figure out where that was coming from.
Wow.
Sorry. God. Okay, here we go. JD Vance on Taylor Swift. I don't think many people are going to be influenced by a billionaire celebrity who I think is disconnected from the interests and problems of most Americans. Yeah, JD Vance, very connected, very locked in on the problems of everyday Americans.
They care about what she thinks.
Of course. Well, look, we admire Taylor Swift's music, but I don't think most Americans with it.
We admire her music. He's so soft. I don't get why Trump likes him. Lex said it's because they could be the same height. And that might be it. But he's too soft. Like Trump would be like, her music stinks. Taylor Swift, who's never won fairly in the Grammys. She was always put over Kanye or whatever. I don't know. Anytime someone talks shit about Donald Trump, oh, I swore again. Damn it. Restart 10-minute timer. Anytime someone turns away from Donald Trump, they're either like dead to him or they like suck at whatever they do in his eyes. He's immediately like, he should be like, Taylor Swift, Taylor to stop playing music.
Whether they like her music or fans of hers or not, are going to be influenced by a billionaire celebrity who I think is fundamentally disconnected from the interests and the problems of most Americans. Look, when
that's so funny. It's just cope. We didn't even finish this guy's stupid video.
Saying there's no sound. Can anybody else hear me? Okay, sound is good. So, friends, we still got a fight on our hands.
There should be like a team of people constantly going into Republican TikTok lives and Instagram live streams and just being like, no audio, cannot hear you. Is this, are you live? I can't tell. You are buffering. Why is quality so bad? Just be like the most annoying, like, and just lie. He also, yeah, he has Mickey Mouse ears. He's a soy boy, dude. Look at him. He's wearing an Avengers shirt with Trump and him on it. He put himself on an Avengers shirt with Donald Trump. This is like, I can't hear you. Stop.
We have an absolute fight on our hands because she's still pushing lies. She pushed the Charlottesville lie. She lied about fracking. She lied about her position there. Man, I got them in my ear.
She never said that she was against fracking, though, is the thing. Or I'm sorry, she never banned fracking. Like, if she wasn't gonna ban fracking as advocate to ban fracking as VP, why would she do it as P? She says she's not gonna do it. I'm pretty sure she's not gonna do it.
I'm hearing stuff, but I'm glad you guys can hear me. Kamala was a lot smoother than Joe Biden. We saw tonight exactly why they yanked Joe Biden off the ticket. Kamala came prepared.
Is that Elon on the T-shirt? Yeah, because he's Iron Man, so he put him on
She
Iron
lied
Man.
her butt off. But if people don't go do their own research, they're not going to know.
But God.
They won't have a clue. They won't have a clue. The simple answer is your life better now than it was 4 years ago? Because Kamala is 100% complicit in exactly why Americans are in the crunch and feeling the pinch and being nervous and being scared and being worried about the border. That's on Kamala. 100% on Kamala. And that's where it should stay. So, I got to go live. Get this shirt. Unity Avengers. LoveThatMerch.com.
Are we getting Gordon butt merch? No. No, actually. Here's one debate highlight, but we'll surely get to more.
Springfield, they're eating the dogs, the people that came in. They're eating the cats. They're eating the pets of the people that live there.
They're eating the dogs. I can't believe this happened. I'm still reeling. He's talking about The Simpsons. Well, yeah, his response when he was fact-checked was, I saw it on TV. So, fact-check, I saw it on TV. And TV is real.
In Springfield, they're eating the dogs.
Now, here's the thing. Kamala's reaction was to laugh this off and to make him sound crazy. Maybe even to goad him into further emphasizing this crazy point. But at the same time, I think she really could have clamped down on how racist this was. And neither the moderators did say it was not true, but they didn't, there's no, like, you're kind of missing the forest for the trees here.
The people that came in, they're eating the cats. They're eating the pets of the people that live there. And this is what's happening.
Because it's just such a grim point to make.
In our country, and it's a shame. As far as rallies are concerned, as far as the reason they go is they like what I say. They want to bring our country back. They want to make America great again. It's a very simple phrase, make America great again. She's destroying this country, and if she becomes president...
He literally pre-watched Fox for the debate just like you predicted. Yes. I told you he was watching the same Fox News coverage we were. That's why I watch it. Because I know he loves Fox News. And, I mean, not just him, but Fox News dictates a lot of our politics. So it's actually very important to know what they're saying. At least somewhat.
This country doesn't have a chance of success. Not only success, we'll end up being Venezuela on steroids.
I just...
Very good, sir. You're looking great.
I want to clarify here. You bring up Springfield, Ohio, and ABC News did reach out to the city manager there. He told us there have been no credible reports of specific claims of pets being harmed, injured, or abused by individuals within the immigrant community.
Well, I've seen people on television.
Let me just say here, this is
the people on television.
Well, I've seen people on television say it.
My dog was taken and used for food, so...
My dog was taken and used for food. Is this Fallout? I saw people on the TV. I saw it on TV. I saw it. Like, dude, how did he say this at the debate?
Maybe he said that, and maybe that's a good thing to say for a city manager.
I'm not taking this from television.
But the people on television saying their dog was eaten by...
Someone in government? I don't know. They're probably lying to protect themselves. People on TV, they tell me the truth. They have no ulterior motives. I saw it on TV. Trump gets back from the debate and just starts strangling JD Vance like Bart. Ah! Ah!
The people that went there.
Again, the Springfield city manager says there's no evidence of that. Vice President Harris, I'll let you respond to the rest of what you've heard.
We'll find out.
You talk about extreme.
Yeah, and that's kind of a flub there. Not really a flub, just like a missed opportunity. Talk about extreme. It's like that wasn't policy. You know? He wasn't talking about anything. Why didn't you hammer home the, you know, you're getting your talking points from television.
Joining us now is
I'm sorry. God, why do so many Republicans look like fantasy creatures? Look at Ted Cruz and tell me that's not like a D&D, like, half-elf gnome kind of thing. You know what I mean? He's like some kind of small fairy type. You know? Mythical, fantastical kind of creature. Olden times, fairy tale. This was another great moment.
Minnesota, she went out. Wait a minute, I'm talking now. If you don't mind, please. Does that sound familiar?
Please.
She went out.
I don't even know what she said.
Don't lie. She went out.
She said, "Don't lie." I don't know why she said that. I don't know what that's in reference to. That was another, just kind of a whiff. You can't just put a scary image like that with no warning. Yes, I can. Also, this kind of looks like a wanted poster. Again, for someone, for some kind of like fantastical in like Shrek world. It's like a wanted poster for the little muffin man. For Dopey, the gnome, the dwarf. Find him. I must learn his cookie recipe.
Out. She went to Minnesota.
I'm talking.
She went out. Wait a minute. I'm talking now. If you don't mind, please.
I like how he said, "Does that sound familiar?" But he still messed up the quote. He's really old. He can't remember nothing these days.
My father wholeheartedly believed the Ohio thing. Get me out of here so I can make pizza in pizza.
I don't know, man. If you believe that, there's just like something in your brain. Maybe it's a worm, like RFK. The Young Turks did a YouTube poll. Should American citizens pay for undocumented detainees' gender reassignment surgeries? Yes or no? Not, you know, fact check, that's not a thing, ever. Oh, what do you think? Should it happen? There, no cursing, finally. This was at, like, during the debate. Should this happen? Should this thing that isn't happening actually happen? That's been the Young Turks for a little bit. Anna Kasparian heard reassignment surgery, gender reassignment or gender confirmation surgery. Again, literally using antiquated. I can't believe they're not even using. I'm like getting stun locked on this. They're not even like calling it the right thing. Gender reassignment. Okay, bro. That is not what it's ever been called. I thought they were good. Anna Kasparian's a TERF. I'm sure there's plenty of TERFs there. Cenk has a bunch of weird hang-ups on crime and immigration. They're just liberals. I can't believe this. I used to love Anna Kasparian. Yeah. Many did. Anyway.
Former President Donald Trump and
Let's go, baby. Let's hear what Trump is saying.
Vice President...
He said it was the best debate he ever had. It was so good he doesn't have to do another one. Again, called it. I called it during the debate. While he was having a meltdown, he mentally told himself, I'm not coming back for another one. That's why he went as hard as he did. And he's going like 100%. So he doesn't have to come back. He's saying everything. He's getting it all out. Doesn't have to do it again. And then he comes out of it like, yeah, that was the best debate I've ever had.
Kamala Harris squaring off on the debate stage last night, meeting face-to-face for the very first time. It was a heated debate, less than 2 months until Election Day.
Joining us right now on the phone to react after that very busy night, the 45th President of the United States, to the European presidential nominee, Donald Trump.
That's such an old picture. It's like 2015 Trump.
Mr. President, how do you
Years have
feel
not
about
been
the
kind.
night? 105 minutes long. You've done this before. I think your 8th one. What is your review of your performance?
The Council of Dark Souls characters.
Well, I looked at the poll numbers. I listened to Harold Ford. I don't know what he was watching because I think he wasn't watching the debate that I was in yesterday. I think we did great. It was 3-1. It was a rigged deal, as I assumed it would be.
3-1.
When you looked at the fact
said
that they
that
were
too.
correcting everything and not correcting with her. And we knew it when it was 100% good coverage for her over the last month or last year. I looked at it, and only bad coverage of me, no matter what. The press is...
What? Last year? Wait, yeah, what?
It was 100% good coverage for her over the last month or last year.
What? Just in general? He's crying really hard. Gender reassignment is a term that they used to use. I thought it used to be called sex reassignment, not gender reassignment. I feel like they're mixing up terms to make a term that isn't real.
I looked at it, and only bad coverage of
Yeah,
me.
last month, last year, same thing.
No matter what. The press is so dishonest in this country, it's amazing. Now, I didn't mind because, frankly, I was pretty sure that's what they would do.
I didn't mind, he says.
Much more honorable. The debate we had with Biden was a much more honorably run debate, but this
they
was
didn't
incredible.
fact-check
I mean,
anything.
everything, so many things I said were debunked, totally debunked, like Charlottesville, I have a list of 7 different things, and she could say anything.
You have to remember that these people think gender and sex are the same thing. I thought it was interchangeable. I've heard doctors say both. I'm not a med student. I think as a journalistic outlet, like this is literally the Young Turks account. It's not like a person. This is a journalistic outlet. You got to be careful with your choice of words when you're talking about this stuff. I mean, again, you're talking about a lie. You're talking about something that's not even happening. But it shows a pointed bias. I mean, even it's phrasing a question dishonestly. Everything about this is super reactionary, very toxic. So regardless, this is not the right term to use in this context, and they're talking about something that's not real. Whether it's an old term or not, that's not the term that you use anymore. And also, as an outlet, you shouldn't be saying it. If it was Anna Kasparian, I'd be unsurprised, but I'd still call her out for using it. But again, it's not Anna Kasparian individually. It's the Young Turks account, which is gross. Bonus hole. Literally, we're talking about the bonus hole studio.
She wanted everything. Every time I spoke, and my stuff was right, they'd correct
Taxpayer
you.
funded.
I thought it was terrible from the standpoint of ABC. They're the most dishonest, in my opinion, the most dishonest news organization, and that's saying...
Yeah, people use sex and gender interchangeably due to social conditioning. Even leftists, even people who are gender abolitionists like myself will speak in those terms because it's easy to get them confused when you're speaking in the moment. It's just social conditioning. We're taught to use them interchangeably, and it's easy to fall into that pattern. But also, you know, the gender binary is still enforced. It's not like gender abolitionists live in an agender world.
A lot because they're all
Language still
essentially-
exists. It didn't fall out of a coconut tree, you know? That's the best part. A leftist media organization was ultimately taken down because they couldn't understand a joke bonus hole.
Really dishonest. But I thought I did
They're
a
not
great
taken
job.
down,
It was
but-
3-on-1, and I thought I did a great job. Now, we sent you the polls, but every single poll last night had me winning like 90-10. We had C-SPAN at one point was at 80-20, and I don't know how it finished. That was late last night, so I have no idea. But it was at 80-20. I told.
Wait, what polls is he talking about? He was talking about Twitter polls.
We had
the other night.
poll last night had me winning like 90-10.
Yeah, I think he's talking about Twitter polls.
We had C-SPAN At one
Okay,
point, it was
C-SPAN.
at 80-20, and I don't know how it finished. That was late last night, so I have no idea. But it was at 80-20. I told that to Brett Baer.
Yeah, correction. They ran to the right because of bonus hole. I mean, Anna Kasparian specifically did, but yeah, I mean, she's one of the major like hosts of the network.
And so we sent him a
C-SPAN.
lot of polls, and we sent you a lot of polls this morning.
Expand.
And every single poll had us winning by a lot, despite
Inflate.
the fact that it was an unfair debate, obviously. And
Cooks.
it was.
He sounds really tired. He looked really bad. His hair looked terrible. Folks, I will
It
be.
was a 3-on-1.
I will be inflating Kamala Harris.
And that's okay. I've had worse odds in my life. I've had it before, but never so obvious. A lot of people are very angry about it. You know, you have corrupt news organizations. You have a lot of bad people. It's amazing in that business.
A lot of bad
in your
people.
business.
Yeah, Mr. President, we kind of expected it because when you look at Media Research Center, they said 100% of the stories covered on ABC about Kamala, 100% of the time was positive. 93% of the time when they covered you, it was negative. So it was infuriating to watch them fact check you and not.
I mean, sure. But does Fox News ever run a negative Donald Trump story? Do that same research for Fox News. What are you drinking? Is green papaya lemonade or whatever? Bonus hole is radicalizing in either direction. It's bonus hole. Drinking pee.
Her when she brought up IVF, when she brought up Project 2025 several times, and when she brought up Charlottesville. Here
I don't have anything to do with Project 25.
are some of the lies that she said about you. Listen.
So does he hear these on the phone? Does he hear them through his iPhone?
A detailed and dangerous plan called Project 2025 that the former president intends on implementing. Couples who pray and dream of having a family are being denied IVF
Yeah, you forget. Trump is a leader of fertilization. He said it himself.
treatments. If Donald Trump were to be reelected, he will sign a national abortion ban. And what did the president then at the time say? There were fine people on each side.
What?
On that day, 140 law enforcement officers were injured, and some died. Donald Trump, the candidate, has said in this election.
Oh my God. This is real, chat. This actually happened. How did this happen? She had no response for that.
No way to respond to that. She had no idea what to say.
Not in the debate prep.
Election, there will be a bloodbath.
So that was the main thing she said that wasn't true, other obviously than the October 7th thing. He didn't say there would be a bloodbath with regard to political violence. He said there'd be a bloodbath in the automotive manufacturing industry. It's a really stupid thing that the Democrats have held on to. I guess because they think it sounds good. I don't know. It's very embarrassing. They should stop doing this.
This and the outcome of this election is not to his liking.
And the bloodbath, you were talking about the economy. It's a term that's used a lot when people are talking about a bad economy. What's your
That's
reaction
right.
to why did the moderators
right.
correct her?
Because they're dishonest, and because I think ABC took a big hit last night. I mean, to be honest, they're a news organization. They have to be licensed to do it. They ought to take away their license for the way they did that. Bloodbath was referring to the economy. Everybody loved the term because as soon as they heard the word, it's sort of a vicious word. But referring to the economy, they have created an
Everyone
economy.
loved the word?
Bloodbath was the word that I used. And it was fine in that context. And they were trying to make it sound like there was a riot or something, and it was a bloodbath. IVF, I was a leader on IVF. The
Fertilization
IVF,
leader.
The IVF, which is fertilization, I was a total leader on that when I first heard about it.
Yeah, he's the king of fertilization. Fertile women. Donald Trump is here for you, and he wants you to have babies.
Like right from the beginning, I was one of the leaders on it, and the Republican Party has been a leader on it. She tried to say it was just the opposite. The whole thing with abortion what he said. I mean, it was incredible. I think he corrected me 6 times. And each time
Mr.
I was
President?
right. I believe each time I was right.
Oh my God. Yeah, he's totally not gonna back down from the like Haitian cat thing.
Correct her.
They're eating the
at all.
dogs.
And she was saying these things. She was using like Charlottesville.
fake
She was
story.
using Charlottesville, and everybody. You take a look at Laura Ingraham. She did it incredibly. She had it totally debunked. She said that. In fact, it makes it angry. She gets angry when people hear about Charlottesville when they use that, because what they did is they stopped and they didn't put the following sentence in. And when they put the last sentence in, when it was all put together, what I said was absolutely perfect. And ABC knew that. Everybody knew that, frankly. I think they lost a lot of credibility. But regardless.
What was it? Oh, thank you. What did he say?
I'm in agony.
We can't let Laura Ingraham get angry.
Look, the polls are saying that I won that by 80, 20, 90. We have
80, 20, 90? Hello? What world is Trump living in?
Won here 92 to 7. And I sort of believe that's right. I thought, look, I've been told I'm a good debater. I think it was one of my better debates, maybe my best debate, I think. I don't know. That's why I'm disappointed in this guy, Harold Ford. I don't know if he's still there, but I don't know what he was watching, because he was just as dishonest as ABC, in my opinion.
Mr. President, I interrupted a moment ago. They just on the face of the Pentagon, every year for the last 23 years, we have gone down to the Pentagon at 6:46. That's sunrise down in the Washington, D.C. area. When they unfurl that flag to commemorate American Airlines Flight 77 that crashed into the Pentagon, it killed all 64 on board, 125 people at the Pentagon, 184 people lost their lives 23 years ago today. And I know you are going to take
Patriot
part
Day.
in some of the
Just in case you guys forgot, it's Patriot Day.
commemorations as well here in New York City and in Pennsylvania.
That's right. I'll be doing that in a little while. In fact, right after this call, I leave. I'm going down to the World Trade Center site, and I'll be down there for much of it. JD's going with me. And we had a great talk about it yesterday. It was very, very sad, horrible day. Horrible day. There's never been anything like it. Just
Trump called 9/11 7/11 one time. That's a classic moment. Let me bring that up. When Trump happened, he was like, "I guess my building is now the tallest."
I think what I want.
The World Trade Center was the tallest building. Now mine's the tallest.
What I want to do is I want to talk just for a second. I wrote this out, and it's very close to my heart because I was down there, and I watch our police and our firemen down on 7/11 down at the World Trade Center right after it came down. And I saw the greatest people I've ever seen in that World Trade Center down on 7/11 down at the World Trade Center right
Down 7/11 at the World Trade Center.
Police and our firemen down on 7/11 down
7/11
at the World Trade Center right after it came down. And I saw the greatest people I've ever seen in action.
But it's okay because he's sucking off the cops or whatever. The first responders. 7/11. And then, now he's like, it's very sad. It was a very sad day.
It's a horrible day. And then going to
Horrible.
Pennsylvania, of course. And so I'm going to be doing both of them. Sometimes I'll do all three. Sometimes it doesn't work out when they're sort of simultaneously done. But we're going to be doing two of them today.
So last night, all three planes are there. You got Air Force 2, you got Trump Force 1, J.D. Vance's plane were all together.
7/11.
Did they hang it over the spot where the plane hit the Pentagon?
You guys are going to be at the site together. President Biden, I think, will be there. Are you going to say anything to them?
Oh, I don't know. I'm not sure. It's, look, everybody should be very angry at how badly they've run this country. Millions of people are floating into our country. Many of them should not be here. They're criminals, many criminals coming in, many terrorists coming in, people coming, they're emptying their jails into our country. They're emptying, think of it, they're emptying their mental institutions. People that are mentally ill are being dropped into our country. And these
Dropped
two
in.
people,
Fortnite Battle Bus, they're dropping them in.
and it's both of them.
Where are we
and
dropping?
They allow it to happen.
They're saying, where are we dropping? They're flying in on the battle bus from Venezuela.
What they're doing is terrible. I saw your report yesterday in Ohio, with Springfield, Ohio, and Aurora. If you look at Colorado, Colorado, these thugs from Venezuela and Aurora have taken over. People from Haiti, I guess, have come in illegally, totally come in illegally into our country, and
They're trying to cut him off before he says it again.
That point last
Springfield,
night,
Ohio.
Do you think you made that? Do you think you made that point last night that you believe the border's directly affecting all these cities and all these towns?
Oh, I think I made it twice or maybe even 3 times. In fact, I said, I wonder if I'm saying this is too much. How can you say it too much? They've allowed 21 million, I think is the real number. It could be more than that. 21, that's bigger than New York State. They've allowed 21 million people to come into our country. Many of these people are criminals. And by the way, those countries are being emptied out of their criminals, and their crime rates are way down. Their prison populations are being dumped into the United States. Their populations in prison are way down. Their mental institutions, their populations are way down.
He said 30 million before? Bro, it just keeps going up. 80 million. Deport all 100 billion people in the world. It doesn't matter. He's going to deport Hamas supporters, too. That's part of the mass deportation.
And it's all over the world. It's not just South America. They're coming in from the Congo and Africa. They're coming from all over the world, the Middle East, Europe, Asia. They're coming in from everywhere, not just South America. And they're coming in at numbers you've never seen. They're literally destroying our country. These people have no idea, or maybe they do. The only reason they can be...
Or maybe they do. I love what a curious mind he has.
Happy Cinco de Mayo. The best taco bowls are made in Trump Tower Grill. I love Hispanics.
Classic, dude. 2016.
I love Hispanics.
Doing it is because they hate our country. They hate our country.
Yeah, I mean, when you compare the border numbers, the terror watch list suspects under you, there were 11. Under Kamala Harris, 375. Now, foreign policy did come up at last night's debate. Listen to this soundbite, or our audience can listen to this, and we'll get your reaction on the other side.
If she's president, I believe that Israel will not exist within 2 years from now. Look at what's going on in the Middle East. This would have never happened. I will get that settled and fast, and I'll get the war with Ukraine and Russia ended. If I'm president-elect, I'll get it done before even becoming president.
See, I don't know if he can even do that legally, you know? That doesn't sound allowed.
I will tell you, I agreed with President Biden's decision to pull out of Afghanistan. Donald Trump, when he was president, negotiated one of the weakest deals you can imagine. He calls himself a deal maker. Even his national security advisor said it was a weak, terrible deal.
It was a very good agreement. The reason it was good, it was we were getting out. We would have been out faster than them, but we wouldn't have lost the soldiers. We wouldn't have left many Americans behind. They blew it.
You said when you were at the town hall with Sean Hannity, you said a lot of people, you might not like me, but you're safer under me. You have more money in your bank accounts under me. So why do you think our country would be safer under you, Mr. President?
Because I deal with foreign policy. I'll give you an example. Afghanistan, we had a great agreement, but it was agreement subject to them doing a lot of different things. They didn't do those things. And when they didn't do them, we terminate the agreement. These clowns had no idea what to do. They had Milley, who's incompetent. They had Biden, who's incompetent. All of the people are incompetent. Nobody ever gets fired. They don't fire anybody. They let them just stay on, retire, no problem. Milley should have been fired and reprimanded like you've never seen. These people are incompetent.
Sorry, somebody asked earlier. It's a really long story. How we know that there was no sexual assaults on October 7th, and The Intercept did an entire expose on the New York Times and how the story was allowed to get out. And I've heard this story before. I haven't actually read this article, so I was reading it. And, I mean, more or less, there was no actual, like, direct source. The first source, after actually going there and calling the people in the kibbutzim who were targeted on October 7th, nothing. There was no reports of sexual assault. There was none made to police, none made to hospitals. So the only person that she found was a random Israeli Air Force medical unit guy that said he saw 2 teenage girls that had been raped and murdered. He also, you know, said a bunch of other shit that was debunked. So not exactly a credible source. One actual person, and then she starts talking to Zakah, a private ultra-Orthodox rescue organization that has been documented to mishandle evidence and spread multiple false stories about the events of October 7th. There's just no reliable sources. None. And there's a lot to the story. But it's literally just a fabricated story, and the New York Times did nothing but encourage it and praise it internally, apart from the other journalists who worked there who were like, what the fuck? There are no sources for this. So I read this article. Yeah, PBS. This mentions Zakah as well. There's just a lot to it, but there's no credible sources for the rape claim. That's the main point.
They left billions of dollars worth of equipment behind, yet 13 dead soldiers. They shouldn't have used
no primary sources, just a alleged witness that also lied about a bunch of other stuff. So
that airport. They should have used Bagram, which, by the way, they gave up, and they shouldn't have given it up because that's only 1 hour away from China, where they make their nuclear weapons. No.
Yeah, and again, it's projection because there are literal Israeli prison rape camps where they've raped Palestinian prisoners to death. That happened recently, and is not like it's like a systematic thing. So it's just projection. It's disgusting. Can you link the article? It's by The Intercept. Just look up The Intercept October 7th assault.
Took a good agreement, but the agreement
and
was...
subscribe to the new version of The Intercept made by the same 2 guys who founded The Intercept, Jeremy Scahill and Ryan Grimm. What's their new thing called? Drop Site News. I knew it. Great coverage on Gaza, Israel in general, but also reporting for American issues as well, domestically. Founded by Jeremy Scahill and Ryan Grimm, 2 of the best investigative journalists around right now, in my opinion. I love them. They do great work.
Subject to the Taliban doing things. And remember this, just ending that, I went 18 months without one soldier killed. I spoke to the head of the Taliban, Abdul, and I said, I had a nice tough talk with him. Not one soldier was killed in 18 months until that catastrophe happened. It was absolutely, we were running it perfectly. But the agreement didn't mean anything because they had to, in other words, to have the agreement kick in.
It was conditions-based.
They didn't do the things. Who would take the military out first? They're incompetent. They took the military out first. You're supposed to take the military out last. And they left lots of Americans behind. And then they had the worst airlift nobody's ever seen. People falling off an airplane from 3,000 feet in the air. Many people. They are...
That did not happen. What the fuck?
Incompetent, and they shouldn't be running the country, and we'll end up in World War III.
3,000 feet in the air.
I'm Steve Ducey.
I'm Brian.
Oh, no, they didn't even. Oh my God. They didn't even fucking end on anything. They just let him go. They let him take the entire time. God damn. I'm Steve Juicy.
Kill me.
I'm Brian, kill me.
So, Dasha, Trump made that call into Fox this morning. He made the unconventional choice to join.
So now let's hear the liberals. Liberals are running victory laps because Trump looked insane. But they're also running victory laps on how moderate Kamala is. They're like, yes, dude, we did it. We reined her in.
In the spin room after the debate last night. How's his team feeling about the debate this morning?
Yeah, so let's walk through some of the facts of the aftermath here. As you mentioned, the former president went into the spin room when, you know, the conventional wisdom is that winners don't spin. He ended up in the spin room. He has now said he doesn't think that a second debate is necessary when his team had previously said, including right after the debate, some of his advisors in the spin room saying that the former president...
Spin room? Yes. The way media works, like old school traditional media, when there's a live event like this politically, there's a room of journalists and like political aides trying to craft and maintain narratives. It takes a lot of people to run a campaign and a lot of people to report on the campaign as well. But yeah, you have to spin what happened into something good for Trump. And it takes people. It takes people.
Has committed and is happy to debate again with the vice president. And his team is out on the airwaves today.
It's a room Trump likes to go in to get to spin and get dizzy before a big debate. He's just got his arms out spinning around. I'm in the spin room. I'm getting really dizzy. It's very fun.
Largely bashing the moderators, criticizing the...
Kamala doesn't spin like me, folks. She doesn't spin like me. She can't go as fast.
That's why he looked tired. Yeah, he just got done spinning.
Network that hosted the debate and criticizing Harris, not talking so much about their candidate's performance. Now, some of the Republican operatives that I've been talking to have given some mixed reviews. Some say, look, he did no harm. Others saying he really did take the bait from Harris, and they're frustrated by that. I just want to read you what one Republican operative told me. He said, economic start was fine. Abortion was a disaster. Then she baited him with the rallies comment, and he hasn't been off the ropes since. It's like his kryptonite. He also said that
I told you guys again, I called it. The poking and prodding would be central to Kamala Harris's strategy. It would be all about poking, prodding, and provoking. And it worked. It actually worked way better than I ever expected.
Don't be rude.
I did not ever in a million years expect him to explode the way he did. I personally was worried people were going to think Kamala was being too mean or, being too personal when they wanted to hear about policy, which to a certain extent, I feel like that's people's biggest criticism here. Like, as far as undecideds and moderates and liberals, they are grossed out by how Donald Trump acted, but they're not excited about Kamala as a result. They may be satisfied with how she handled it, but I don't think they're, like, enthusiastic about her. They're just, if anything, reluctantly, like, I guess, now there's only one choice.
She made agent issue without even saying it, that Trump sat back and let Joe Biden sound old and incoherent in that first debate. Now she's sitting back letting Trump sound old, angry, and rambling. And again, that's from a Republican operative. So
you could tell it was a Republican operative because that's a stupid analysis. She wasn't sitting back. That's the opposite of what she did. Fucking no eyes on these guys.
Trump campaign, I think, from behind the scenes, wishes that he had spent more time on answers like immigration, where he could have sort of criticized Harris, could have touted his administration's victories. Instead, he went into the unfounded claims about Haitians eating cats and dogs, sort of at every moment where he could have touted his accomplishments.
I hate liberal media's sanitization of even the most far-right talking points. It's like, I guess, to preserve their dignity or something, but you are literally sanitizing what he said.
Was really angry at the debate just because Kamala's not white and a woman saw.
No, I mean, I think it was part of it, sure, but I think no matter what, that kind of pressure, the 3-on-1 is not. I called him saying 3-on-1 verbatim because I could see how he was panicking. It seemed like he was literally like he felt cornered. And so he started lashing out because, you know, I mean, you ever see Intervention? You know, you're not supposed to do that. I love how many TV shows we had in the early 2000s that were just like so socially incorrect. But were like touted as like, this is how you handle a problem. You're not supposed to like corner a person like that when they have addiction problems and like all at once be like, here's the issue. And if you do that, you're supposed to have a counselor with you. But you're not really supposed to do that anyway, because all it does is drive them away.
Could have criticized Harris and the Biden administration.
I'd end my shit. Yeah, it's pretty humiliating for a lot of people. It only works in very specific circumstances, I feel like.
To go a little bit off the rails, not exactly what the campaign was hoping he'd accomplish last night.
All right, Dasha Burns, Monica Alba, ladies, thanks for the reporting. Michael, Trump is today saying this was his best debate ever. Is that the reaction you're hearing from
I like that green. It's a nice color.
Republicans?
No, no, and that operative that Dasha was talking about. No,
he said that all night last night, Chad. He said that on Sean Hannity. He said it's my best debate yet because it was 3-on-1. Again, liberals are doing the thing where they focus on the first half of a Trump sentence and not the second half, when it's all bad. Like, the whole thing is bad, but it gives him an out and a plausible deniability to be like, well, they're taking me out of context. He said it's his best debate because it was 3-on-1. Because he was such a baby, that's why they stomped on him so hard. Because he was just a small bean.
Compared to what I've been hearing from folks and the reaction. They're stunned by this, and they're stung by it. This was one of the worst debate spankings, political spankings that the nation's gotten to see in a long time.
I think, yeah. I mean, I don't know what else could have even come of this. You know, this is kind of not what people expected, but I think what people wanted. At least in regard to Donald Trump. They wanted somebody to do this. This is what people wanted from the Joe Biden debate, but we all knew he couldn't do it. People just want someone to stand up to him in a way that works. And there are plenty of ways to do so. This is why Bernie Sanders would have creamed on him.
Donald Trump.
Bernie Sanders would have farted on him.
Yeah, he's going to come on. He's a spin guy. That's what he does. He spins lies and webs, a lot of BS.
It's don't believe your eyes and ears, because I don't either.
Out there to get you to believe something. He figures if I say it and I say it loud and I say it enough and I say it on Fox, then it's real.
Dude, he's won. He won doing that. He became president with that strategy. And almost did it a second time and won historic amounts of votes for an incumbent. He says this, but it's true.
The only thing it needs to be real for, the only people it needs to be real for are his people, his base, his MAGA. He doesn't want them to be shaken and shook by what they saw.
But there's ways to suppress them. If I were the Democratic Party, I would be suppressing and gerrymandering Republicans nonstop. That was one of the best things that J.B. Pritzker, the governor of Illinois, did. And part of the reason I hoped he would be higher in the running for the VP pick. But obviously he wasn't. He gerrymandered the state legislature in Illinois and, screwed Republicans out of a majority. Republicans do that to Democrats every opportunity they can. It's insane that Democrats don't do more combative politics. They're always on the back step. They hate winning.
And so that's going to feed that. Remember, his campaign has been trying to expand the electorate for Donald Trump. Donald Trump has told the electorate, I don't need your vote. I got
Illinois
what I need,
W.
which is MAGA. So yeah, he's going to come out and he's going to say
mewing.
what he's got to say.
He's mewing.
What Harris did last night was what I hoped she would do, and that was find that very sweet line between being prosecutorial, right, which she did on a number of occasions, but most importantly, presidential. She had to show people that they could trust her to be president. She had to sound like she was a president. She could be president in talking about foreign policy.
I think she struggled a lot in the beginning. She got better, but a lot of her answers ended up kind of sizzling out into nothingness. She didn't really beat the word salad accusations, not hard enough on policy, too military focused. Like, I think she's compensating for people being like, I don't think that she's going to be able to stand up to Putin because she's a woman. Yeah, and then she's like, well, no, actually, the military's going to kill so many people, your head will spin. Like, that's, first of all, what are you doing? And second of all, that doesn't even change that voter's mind. They're not all of a sudden like, you're right, Kamala Harris will be strong against Putin. Like, they're not going to change their mind on that because they think she's going to be weak because she's a woman. They're not going to look at her as less of a woman if she's, like, more militaristic. They're just not going to vote for her at all. Ever. No matter what. Stop! I talked about this in my election prediction video on my Patreon, but Joe Biden targeted, like, white suburban Reaganites. That's not the people voting for Kamala Harris. And the Joe Biden team, I don't think, understand that at all, which is now the Kamala Harris team.
Talking about the economy, but most especially to the reporting we just heard, talk about the future and to really talk about it in a way in which Americans,
I
particularly
don't have a
those on the
Patreon
fence,
command, but I should.
those who may still think that things were better under Donald Trump, to see themselves in that future and to see themselves in a better place and to say rather rightly, he has nothing for you. He has no health care plan for you.
Yeah, he has, what was it, concepts of a plan? That was really devastating.
There's no economic plan for you. He has no plan to keep us safe and out of future wars. So I thought she did an incredibly good job at all of that. And Donald Trump showed both his age and his frustration with being on the stage with someone who was better at the game than he was.
One issue that the vice president spoke very passionately about last night was abortion. And of course, Donald Trump said what he has said in the past, taking credit for overturning Roe, falsely claiming everybody wanted him to do that.
Yeah, that's such a weird
with
claim.
The state of play.
And her claim of, like, you know, a girl bleeding out in her car, like she wanted that. That was a good response to that. I think she definitely should have hammered that home more times in the debate. I mean, abortion should have come up more. We were talking more about immigration than anything else, and that is a victory for Trump. That's a huge problem. Trump was able to bring up immigration every time he could. What is Kamala bringing up? Why is she not bringing up fucking abortion? That is such a more pressing issue that already has killed women.
Well, we heard from the vice president a completely different message, clearly painting a picture of what women in this country are enduring in post-Roe America.
The government and Donald Trump certainly should not be telling a woman what to do with her body. I have talked with women around our country. You want to talk about this is what people wanted? Pregnant women who want to carry a pregnancy to term, suffering from a miscarriage, being denied care in an emergency room because the healthcare providers are afraid they might go to jail, and she's bleeding out in a car in the parking lot. She didn't want that. Her husband didn't want that. A 12 or 13-year-old survivor of incest being forced to...
Her tone is so, like, she's got to stop with the rising inflection. She has to actually emphasize the things that matter because she's mixing up her words. She's messing up the messaging. She's doing a Joe Biden where she can't eloquently, she can't actually get the point out properly. She literally said she doesn't want that. She didn't want that? Like, the way she said it is wrong. Like, grammatically.
A 12.
Her husband didn't want that? No. The question is, did she want that? Did she want Roe v. Wade overturned? Because you have to connect it back to the issue. It's a good point. It's another a very emotional, like, Kamala Harris type moment. She did this in the primaries too, where she kind of stopped she kind of silenced the room with an emotional anecdote, but she couldn't nail the policy. She couldn't cut back to the messaging. She didn't want that. Like, whoa. No, she didn't rehearse what the actual point was, what the policy was. She wanted Roe v. Wade overturned? You're telling me her husband wanted Roe v. Wade overturned so she could bleed in her car? Like, there is an organization that you have to do it, and she scrambled it, and she mixed it up, and then she couldn't go back when she already said she didn't want that, her husband didn't want it. Like, we're mixing up what's going on right now. Like, the point is there, but it's buried under a mixed message. I wish this was better, is all I'm saying. Like, you could... And again, this was like the only time she did this. This should be happening with every issue. Trump should bring up immigration and be like, they're coming over and eating our cats. And Kamala Harris should be like, no, stop. Women are dying because of abortion legislation that you allowed to pass due to trigger laws, which people do not vote for. No one voted for the trigger laws. They passed instantly when Roe v. Wade was overturned. That defuses his argument that, oh, it's up to the states so people can vote. This is bullshit. We're like entertaining the conversation rather than shutting it down from the beginning. God, it's like people call her prosecutorial. If this was a courtroom, she would have lost. Donald Trump doesn't even have a case, but like Kamala Harris isn't like hammering it home. Like, she's not making her case well enough when she could be destroying him versus letting him self-destruct. Kick him while he's down. Like, we need a fight.
Over 13-year-olds.
Especially when we're talking about fucking 13-year-olds and victims of rape and incest. Like, this is serious. And she can't get it straight.
Survivor of incest? Being forced to carry a pregnancy to term? They don't want that.
Amy, that moment.
They don't want that. That sounds like an I think you should leave bit. They don't want that. Baby. Like, you have to connect it back. They didn't want Roe v. Wade overturned. Their lives could have been protected. Their futures could have been saved. If not for what you and your Supreme Court did. But she refused to even connect him to the Supreme Court. I kept yelling at her to do it. There were so many opportunities to call back to his Supreme Court. He would be like, well, the Supreme Court approved my election case. His Supreme Court. Those are his lapdogs, dude. Every single one of them. At least the conservatives. And they have the majority. So they run the show. They interpret our laws.
It came pretty early in the debate. How do you see that connecting with voters?
I think it connects. The Harris campaign in particular said that that was their strongest moment in the opening bit of the campaign.
And it sucked.
I mean, of the debate, so they feel really strong about how that
moment,
went.
And she fucked it up. Get
but
stronger.
Donald Trump, in particular, he needs women right now, and more than anyone.
He's the lead of fertilization
he has
or whatever.
A solid base with white.
He's the leader on fertilizing
men. This was his appeal to women. It's why he's been talking about issues like IVF and abortion.
And why he's the leader of fertilizing.
Couldn't have been too impressed.
Recently,
like, that's what I mean.
It's like shit.
When Donald Trump is saying, like, I'm the leader of fertilization, that is the same level of, like, disconnection from actual policy. What legislation is he talking about? Kamala Harris has the inherent, like, conversation about being about abortion, but we're not cutting back to, like, the actual facts of the matter, what he has done, what his party has done. You know, of course, the party that you want to invite into into your cabinet.
And why he can't decide on where he wants to go with this issue. But this is not a good look for him. And I know that's why the Harris campaign felt really good about how she came out fighting on this.
The Harris campaign also saying that 71% of their fundraising during the 9 p.m. hour last night came from women.
Right.
The money coming in from those donors.
Women.
Michael, I know you wanted to weigh in on this as well. Trump was asked point blank if he would veto an abortion ban, and he wouldn't answer. He even said he hadn't even discussed the issue with his running mate. He seems sort of stuck between pleasing moderates and his base on this issue. Will either camp be satisfied with his evasiveness last night?
Look, Donald Trump is trying to have it both ways. He knows that this issue is a torch for him. He gets burned by it every time, because he, at the very front end of this conversation, on the heels of Dobbs and on the heels of what we saw in subsequent referenda around the country, where Roe was leveled up at the state level through, ballot initiatives in which Republicans themselves were supporting those initiatives to preserve Roe in state statute. He has now found himself on the wrong end of that conversation. So, that moment about J.D. Vance and whether or not they talk to each other, that was actually symbolic for a larger problem that he has with his running mate.
Why is it called
on the heels again?
Because of the name of the Supreme Court decisions come from court cases that they take on and decide, and court cases are named based on the defendant and the plaintiff. Last name Roe, last name Wade, right? Brown v. Board of Education, for example. There's others.
And
Huh? Last name. Roe v. Wade.
A choice that he did not necessarily want to make, but his sons made for him. So Donald Trump now finds himself in this difficult spot on this issue, and he's going to try to have it both ways. But she nailed him the way she needed to, because it's in his Project 47, which is his effort, on his website about what he wants to do. It's in Project 2025, and it is in his own public statements. And it certainly is in the public statements of Republicans in the legislature, Congress, and Senate who will support a national ban on abortion. And Donald Trump, no matter how much he wants to dance and lie about it, if he is president of the United States, will sign that national ban.
He will.
Republicans pass it and put it on his desk. But he can't say that, because as we saw him flip-flop on his own initiative in Florida, the vote about 6 weeks, a 6-week prohibition on abortion.
Right, getting an amendment on the ballot for their state constitution.
Exactly.
Yeah.
He's all over the map. And he cannot nail this issue because he got on the wrong foot at the very beginning.
As Dasha talked about this moment that was so bizarre last night, we got to play the clip.
Come on.
Baseless rumor about Haitian migrants in Ohio.
Oh, this sucks.
J.D. Vance has had some moments talking about this on the trail. Trump trotted it out last night unprompted. He was fact-checked. Let's take a look.
I mean, it's flooded social media, but I guess we're not talking about that.
Springfield, they're eating the dogs, the people that came in. They're eating the cats. They're eating the pets of the people that live there.
ABC News did reach out to the city manager there. He told us there have been no credible reports of specific claims of pets being harmed, injured, or abused by individuals within the immigrant community.
Well, I've seen people on television.
Let me just say here, this is the
people on television say my dog was taken and used for food. So maybe he said that, and maybe that's a good thing to say for a city manager.
Maybe that's a good thing to say.
I'm not taking this from television.
But the people
I'm
on
taking it from
television
the city
saying their
manager.
dog was eaten by the people that went there.
Television.
Amy, that is bonkers. I think the vice president said a lot with her facial expressions as he was giving.
She definitely rehearsed, not rehearsed reactions, but was definitely conscious of how she would be perceived in reaction to the things he was saying.
That answer. But I wonder, how does this hit with average Americans who aren't plugged into right-wing fringe conspiracies.
That was the moment it went off the rails, and I've talked to Republicans about that last night and this morning. That's when it went crazy and haywire. And they said all he had to do was talk about the issues. But instead, he did go into conspiracies. That's when they knew that he was in trouble. And so, all he had to do was talk about immigration and the economy. And with this sort of comment, it doesn't play well, and they know that.
I wonder if he's gonna do like maybe some town hall or something. Like he's got to come up with a plan to talk about his policy without doing another debate if he's not gonna do that. Like if he's not doing another debate. Are we back? Refresh. No more Pethan. Everyone go home. Get out of here. Is this Space Marine game any good? The new Space Marine game? It looks crazy. I haven't played Space Marine 1. I like the 40k lore. Oh, let me feed Ronan. Are we back? You have to refresh. Ronan, second dinner time? No, first dinner. First dinner. Only dinner. Okay. Trump. Are we back? Is everyone back? Second dinner later? Maybe? Okay, we're back. Great. Trump says, "Why should I do a rematch?" Yeah, that's how you know he's really doing good. Let me feed Ronan. I'll put this on. Let's get started.
And Garrett, so Donald Trump, you talked to him also in the spin room. He landed some blows last night, especially when he turned Harris's own words from past debates against her.
She was big on defund the police. In Minnesota, she went out. Wait a minute, I'm talking now. If you don't mind, please. Does that sound familiar?
But Garrett, last night she also missed an opportunity. I mean, Donald Trump missed several opportunities to focus on his issues.
Yeah.
Immigration, the economy, and using Viktor Orban, the Hungarian dictator, to try to defend himself against accusations that he is pro-Putin and against Ukraine. I mean, there were just so many moments.
Well, look, I mean, the Trump campaign had two goals here. They wanted to try to tie Kamala Harris to the most liberal past positions that she took, on which I think even Trump's biggest supporters will say he left some points on the board. They think he did that reasonably well.
And is it credible to call her a Marxist?
Well, credible? No. But is it Trump? Yes. And this is where I'm going with the rest of this, right? He hit her on the things that they wanted to hit her on. He tied her to Joe Biden. They tried to tie her to some of these liberal positions. But he also was Trump. And there's certain things where he's just not going to change. Viktor Orban comes up in probably every rally and certainly every interview. Of course Trump was going to bring him up last night. There was no way that could be prepped out of him. Likewise, the idea that he wouldn't chase her on crowd sizes.
Dude. Trump Orban, or fuck, I fucked that up. I fucked up my joke. Viktor Orban likes Donald Trump. Trump x Orban. You know what? Maybe I should vote for Donald Trump because Viktor Orban thinks that I don't know what is it. He thinks that the world would be like gay if Trump isn't elected or something.
Did Ronin supersonic bark the stream out of existence again?
He's afraid of mass feminization, so he wants Donald Trump in office. Queen Bee lol, thank you for the 2 months. Yeah, Ronan ended the stream because he was hungry. He was pissed.
the Trump campaign sort of knows there's only so much they can do to keep him in kind of a narrower lane than the person he always is. And so that's what voters got to see last night. That is the unfiltered Trump. There are some people in his orbit who think that's good for him. I think the Harris campaign thinks it's also good for them. But I think the broad consensus when I've talked to Trump supporters, Trump allies, to Trump staff, is that there is more he could have done. And I think there'll be a very hot debate in Trump world about whether they want to do this again
Trump
with another
world.
debate somewhere down the line.
And preparation matters. Lindsey Graham, of all people, was criticizing the preppers, just the way so many Biden supporters were criticizing who had prepped him for that first debate.
Well, I think Lindsey was upset about the foreign policy. I mean, think about it. Matt Gaetz and Tulsi Gabbard couldn't be more polar opposite.
That's a good point.
So I think that was his frustration over the former president's inability to say he wanted Ukraine to win the war. So knowing where his one-track mind is, and I say this with respect.
So stupid.
to
He doesn't
Senator
care.
Graham, I think that's it. So he's.
But that's not prep. That's Trump.
Oh, well, that's what I would say. But of course, typical, you can't attack the leader. So who do you attack?
Right.
The two easy marks: Tulsi Gabbard and Matt Gaetz.
And Monica, you know Philip Reines from covering Hillary Clinton, as do I, from the Clinton
Bro,
world, the
what's
State
the-
Department.
I don't want to hear about Clinton world. What is Trump saying on Truth Social? Did they not put a Truth Social here?
Post from Donald Trump just now. You want to share?
Yeah, Donald Trump on Truth Social posting about the possibility of another debate, which we were just discussing. He writes in part, let me bring it up here. Oh, good, we've got it. In the world of boxing or UFC, when a fighter gets beaten or knocked down, they get up and scream, I demand a rematch. I demand a rematch. Well, it's no different with the debate. She was beaten badly last night. Every poll has us winning, in one case 92-8. Why would I do
Yeah, this is why famously Joe Biden said, I want a rematch, Jack.
a rematch? On the polls, he's mostly talking about Twitter polls by right-wing news sites. I wouldn't put too much into that. But look, I mean, this is a complete reversal from Donald Trump, who had previously pre-agreed to any time, any place, anywhere. He'd agreed to debates on ABC, NBC, Fox News. Now he's walking that back. It is a
well, obviously he already won.
Complete and total reversal of his position on this. I do think if you made me bet on it, Trump will be goaded into participating into another debate, because the stakes of not showing up after this will be very hard for him to deal with.
Yeah, I think he'd do it. There's a chance he just doesn't, though.
That Chris Lasavita was going to jump on debate invites like they were grenades.
Yeah.
Right. I would never have put him up against her. But the only way to convince him not to do it is to make him think he won. So how much, I'm curious, do you think the campaign team is trying to tell him, you were great, you did great, you don't need to do this again? Because if they had all hint he wasn't good, then he might do this again. And it would be another, he doesn't know how to do this.
Let me bring in Phil Rucker here. Phil, you wrote 2 books on Donald Trump. What's on his mindset today? Is he going to be pressured into another debate?
Well, I think Chuck just hit on something there, and I think that's exactly right, that knowing Trump, the way to get him to debate is to convince him he lost and that he needs the rematch to regain whatever momentum he's had. But look, I think...
I'm not vegetarian. Thank you for the 2
partly
gifted subs, by the way. Thank you so much. I appreciate that.
It depends on whether the Harris camp is willing to do something with Fox News. That seemed to be something that Trump was open to just a couple hours ago this morning. And so we'll see where these negotiations go. But clearly...
I think Kamala should do the Fox News one. She'd get cooked. Sean Hannity would be like, why are you the border czar? Please answer. And then her microphone would be muted, and then Donald Trump just talks the whole time.
Hey, so... Random side topic, but since you did a video on social media dog breeders, have you ever considered a video on, heard about YT channels like Mysterious or The Secret Life of My Hamster?
What is that?
It's like televised animal abuse and it gets so bizarre and...
Oh. Oh no. I don't know what happened. Hamsterious? Squid Games with hamsters. To be fair, hamsters abuse themselves. It's It's like AI generated thumbnails. This is scary. I don't want to look at animal content. This seems like bot farms. I'm scared. No more Italians.
Trump, I think, is rattled by the Kamala Harris that he saw on stage last night. He has never faced an opponent that crisp in his or her prosecution of his record as she was last night.
Guys, Kamala Harris is crisp.
And did not seem very well prepared for it.
All right, let's move on. CNN.
I'm going to start with you, Jeff Zeleny. You were
Dana
in
Bash.
the spin room. Give me the real feeling when you got the people who you were talking to off to the side quietly, and what they were actually saying to you.
Boy, I mean, what a difference a debate makes. I was just thinking back as I was in the spin room last night to that debate in Atlanta where you could not find a Biden campaign official for a very long time. Different last night. The Harris campaign officials and surrogates came rushing in. One of the first people I saw was Governor Roy Cooper of North Carolina. And he, made the argument that he believes this will help the vice president in his battleground state because of health care and abortion. That those two answers she gave are going to help her dramatically. Look,
she really should have she could have outflanked him on everything. It was such an easy debate to prepare for. I'm sorry. She should have done so much better.
We all know we've watched a lot of winning debates. We remember some winning Hillary Clinton debates from 2016. I remember some winning John Kerry debates from 2004, and they lost the election. So it takes a minute. But in that moment in the spin room, the Trump surrogates were trying to spin away. The moderators were unfair.
I hate when you burp. I'm sorry. Somebody linked a lost episode of Kitchen Nightmares? What the hell? What the hell and heck? Whoa, we have a hype train going? I didn't even know. Thank you, guys. Please watch Gumbus.
Showing
Ah!
Gumbus different tools.
Show them.
Drill.
He likes it. I feel like Gumbus.
Mate.
The Gibbian, thank you for the tier 1.
Measuring tape. Hammer.
He likes it.
Pliers.
She did try to outflank him just on the right side. Yeah, true. Her whole debate strategy was like, no, you don't get it. I'm the adult in the room that is also a Republican.
This is big cleansing my
He's just
palette
dumb and a
material. Thank you,
Republican.
Honorable Pitan.
I'm seriously gonna put kids in cages. He's gonna neglectfully do it. Flore, thank you for the gifted sub. I'm not vegetarian. Thank you for the gifted sub. Thank you guys so much. Level 3 hype train. Let's go.
Wrench.
Wrench.
Very cool.
How do you look like that? He can't even close his eyes. Wrench.
Etc. But privately, they were disappointed in his performance. That
Yeah, she said she like implied that the coronavirus was a lab leak or something. I was like, oh, sick, dude. Like, she must have been listening to RFK too.
one person said he didn't take it as seriously as he should have. He underestimated her. And I was thinking,
very weird.
He's the one who looked like the incumbent in this race. We talked a lot about that. The person, an incumbent who doesn't quite take a debate seriously. To me, he looked like that man.
So I want to go back and sort of pick apart some of the highlights, lowlights, whatever you want to call them, of the debate. But I also want to talk about the here and the now and what Donald Trump is doing today as he rehashes with his friends on Fox.
It was the best
listen
debate
to a little bit of
all
his
time.
analysis of himself.
It was a rigged deal, as I
never mind.
assumed it would be, because when you looked at the fact that they were correcting everything and not correcting with her. So I think ABC took a big hit last night. I mean, to be honest, they're a news organization. They have to be licensed to do it. They ought to take away their license for the way they did that. Somebody that maybe even had the answer.
Take away their news license. Hell yeah. For being mean to me.
I mean, I watched
Let's
her
vote for this guy. Let's get
talk,
this guy in the
and
presidency.
I said, she seems awfully familiar with the questions.
I'm going to go out on a limb
Don't
and
be
say
rude.
that she did not have the
Don't be
answers.
rude.
She did not know what the questions were specifically that they were going to ask. Every issue that they asked about was pretty clear. It's been in the front,
was so
front burner
mad.
of everything. One more example of what Donald Trump said this morning about the possibility of another debate.
When a fighter loses, he says, I want a rematch. I want a rematch. They
Dude, the fighter analogy doesn't make any sense.
always, the losing person, the fighter, the debater, they always ask for a rematch.
The debater.
I won the debate. I don't
So,
know
Mr.
that I
President-
want to do another debate.
Right.
Nia?
Listen, I think his
Why should I do
advisors,
it?
will probably suggest to him that he should have another debate because he was so terrible in this debate. He took the bait, and you could see from the very moment she got out on that stage, she goes right over to him. There were questions about whether or not there would be a handshake. She initiated the handshake,
She like
showing
cornered
that she was
him.
in his
She did the cop body language when you're interrogating somebody. You have to like corner them against the wall so they feel threatened.
space and going
Mini
on
F?
offense, and that's what
Are we back? Are we fully back? Okay.
she did
Small.
the entire time from the moment she did that. And then there was the Wharton bait, right? He likes to talk about his being a brilliant student at Wharton. And she said, well, listen, those folks at Wharton think your economic plan is trash. I mean, that's essentially what she said. You know, the other thing is she made him seem small. He is someone who wanted to come into this debate almost as like Hulk Hogan, right? He was talking about, well, she shouldn't be able to have any sort of stand on a box to seem bigger. So he wanted to seem the sort of bigger, more masculine, towering presence, and she made him seem small. I think she emasculated him in many ways, saying that he was a laughingstock on the world stage, saying that he was weak, saying that he could be easily swayed by dictators. It was just a masterful performance. I mean, I went in thinking she would be fine. She's a great debater, but she almost was flawless in this debate. Kept him so off script that he couldn't really land anything against her.
But she didn't
Mini
have to
F?
keep him.
Small F already? Again? Really? What's going on? Micro.
Off script. If he stayed in the moment and did what he was supposed to do, which is, she's going to bait me, don't take the bait, say what you want to say. But as you said, she did it in such a way that it was, for him, almost constitutionally, small c, impossible for him not to answer. I want to bring you in, Laura. Let's just listen to some examples of what Nia was talking about.
What the Wharton School has said is Donald Trump's plan would actually explode the deficit.
Twitch is bad
I went to
today?
the Wharton School of Finance, and many
Yeah,
of
the stream is too woke. True. Brian. Here's the proof his rallies are packed. This is Homelander. Oh, whoops.
of those professors, the top professors, think my plan is a brilliant plan.
His former national security advisor has said he is dangerous and unfit. His former Secretary of Defense has said the nation, the republic, would never survive another Trump term.
You take a guy like Esper, he was no good, I fired him, so he writes a book. Another one writes a book, because with me they can write books.
World leaders are laughing at Donald Trump.
Let me just say about world leaders. Viktor Orban, one of the most respected men, they call him a strong man. He's a tough person.
They call him a strong man.
Just for people who
Because of how strong he is, and he likes me, so I must be strong.
aren't totally familiar, Viktor Orban is the leader of Hungary, and he is a...
There's Fantano. At least he's here. Got Gordon baited.
autocrat.
Right. Who has exerted anti-democratic, small d democratic policies in Hungary. And yet Donald Trump repeatedly, whether it's in the debate or on during his campaign speeches, constantly refers to Viktor Orban as a good evaluation of his own character. No, all of those clips show that time and time again, when she tried to get under his skin, he couldn't let it go. And rather than sticking to whatever question the moderators asked about immigration or on the economy, he ended up responding to her over and over again. And I was just in a focus group this morning of voters that voted for him in 2016 voted for Biden in 2020, but there was some question about whether or not they would actually vote for Harris, and the majority of them, actually all of them, and there was 9, so this is anecdotal, but it's 9 voters, all in swing states, were asked if you had to vote today, whether it would be Donald Trump or Kamala Harris, who would you vote for? And they said Harris, that they were now leaning far more towards her after watching that debate, that they felt as though she checked the boxes in terms of questions they had about her ability to demonstrate presidential character and to potentially be a commander-in-chief.
I mean, I think she was super prepared, and Trump seemed to be thinking he's going to Trump his way through this, right? And that.
This is just like the Joe Biden debate, where Joe Biden did so bad that we didn't talk about how bad Trump did, except it's the inverse. Where Trump did so bad, we don't talk about where Kamala missed the mark in a lot of ways, and how she's not, like, connecting with voters enough and getting them to understand what she's going to do and, like, why it's going to be different.
That is what showed. I think he missed some opportunities on immigration, which is probably his best issue, but instead he gets into the dog-eating commentary, and it blew up on him. I think, to me, the big thing to come out of this debate is that she gets a new burst of energy, right? We thought maybe this was dissipating a bit from the convention, and the New York Times poll showed a little bit of that. But I think this debate and this high-profile celebrity endorsement that we're talking about, I mean, it gives them new juice.
Another white man who looks like a bulldog. Yeah, you're right.
Somewhere to go from. I was also struck by Trump's comments this morning. His people have been trying to get him away from this retribution, revenge talk that he is fond of, and instead he's threatening to yank ABC's license, right? And I don't think that goes over so well.
He's 78 years old. He's not going to change. I mean, it's just I mean, they're trying, but it's just not going to happen. You mentioned some of the past debates where one of the candidates clearly won the debate but lost the election. Hillary Clinton is one of those examples that
she didn't win any debates, man.
That you gave. She put the following on Instagram. This picture, which is now.
God, okay, I don't want to hear about Hillary Clinton. Oh my God, this is like the 3rd video covering the debate where we're talking about Kamala Harris and then immediately being like, by the way, the Clinton world. I don't want to hear about Clinton world.
Total running time for each presidential candidate after tonight's heated Harris-Trump debate wrapped up a little while ago. Former President Trump speaking.
Let's hear from undecided Pennsylvania voters and how their biggest issue is immigration still because it's all they talked about.
Just under 43 minutes, Vice President Harris speaking just over 37 and a half minutes. Plus, we just got the first results from our instant poll of debate watchers. Stand by for that. We're getting, we'll be right back.
Oh.
Or no, actually, we'll keep going. We're getting the first reaction to the debate from our focus group from voters in the battleground state of Pennsylvania. Phil Mattingly is with them in Erie, Pennsylvania. So tell us who you're with and what they're saying about the debate.
Yeah, Anderson, we talk about how critical Pennsylvania is for each candidate's pathway to 270 electoral votes. We're here in Erie County, Erie, Pennsylvania. We're sitting currently at Mercyhurst University. Been wonderful host for us. The reason why we're here, 400 miles away from the debate.
Yeah, thank you, captions. Thank you, YouTube captions. AI is really advancing everything Google does.
Is Erie County is the swingiest county in the most important swing state of this campaign. There's no question about it. When Obama in 2012, when Trump in 2016, when Biden in 2020, the last 2 cycles, just about 1,500 votes each separated the 2 candidates. So we wanted to ask voters who have not made a firm decision yet who they want to vote for, what they actually saw in this debate. Now, these are voters that have in the past supported Republicans and Democrats. They have in the past shown support for former President Trump or for Joe Biden. But coming into this night, they told us that they had not made up their minds yet in this election. So just to step back a little bit, show our focus group 2 people, Erie residents, again, most important state, most important county in that state. We asked for a show of hands before the debate who hadn't made up their mind yet but thought this debate.
I can't believe Erie, Pennsylvania is one of the most important counties in the election. It's the worst place in the world. It's not. It's just... Why? Why Erie, Pennsylvania? Just such a fucking, like... nowhere place with nobody in it.
May determine where they would go with their vote. To start with this debate, who do you think won by show of hands? Former President Trump.
Pennsylvania mentioned it's the most important state. If Kamala doesn't win Pennsylvania, she probably won't win at all.
We gave it 4, but tentative.
Don't
2.
you love democracy? This is what we're trying to defend, by the way, and we wonder why we don't have a lot of, Mamala momentum.
Over there. What about Vice President Harris? More hands. For those of you who thought this debate could be determinative, how many of you have made up your minds based on what you saw tonight on stage in Philadelphia? Raise your hands. All right, I want to ask you why. What did you see that brought you to a conclusion?
I think it's important to remember that we are voting for the leader of our country and not who we like the most or who we want in our wedding party, but who is actually going to make our country better. And we're in an incredibly unique situation where we've had both of the candidates in office before, and we've got.
I saw something about how about how one of these people is very much a Trump voter, and CNN did very little research. I'm sure they did plenty of research. I'm sure they put all these people here intentionally, and they're probably all very right wing.
And when facts come to facts, my life was better when Trump was in office. The economy.
What'd I tell you?
Economy was higher, inflation was lower, things were better overall. And
Facts
now
are
with
facts.
Kamala's administration, things haven't.
It's working. There's no counter messaging on Kamala Harris being the fucking vice president and not the actual president. And people are just like, yeah, it's her administration.
Been so fantastic. And she's saying she can fix the problems that her
Of course, undecided voters, not the most intelligent people in the world. So, just remember, though, they are voting.
administration has caused, but
They
I
are
just don't know
voting.
if I can afford to take that risk.
Were you leaning towards the former president coming in tonight?
Probably.
And did you vote for him in 2016 or 2020?
I did.
So,
Great.
decision made there. What did you think?
As to who I would vote for in this election, I strongly felt Camilla was
Camilla?
more optimistic, more respectful. I thought she had plans that she tried to describe in the minutes worth of time that she had. I mean, they really were limited with their time. So, I don't know, I just felt more strongly for her
Girl who?
as opposed to her opponent.
I want to talk about some of the moments of the debate because, as we told you guys before the debate, each of these individuals had a dial. And if they turned the dial to the right, then they felt positive about what they were hearing in that moment. If they turned it to the left,
stupid.
they felt...
This is so stupid. Got them hooked up to brainwave wires. They're transmitting frequencies to measure the dopamine each time Trump says they're eating the dogs.
Less so, they felt
pleasure dial.
Negative about what they were hearing. We could track that throughout the debate. We're going to show you a couple of moments where you saw the biggest movement towards positive direction for both of those candidates. You will see the lines at the bottom of the screen, and you will see that movement as the sound we play you plays out. We're going to start with this.
Because they're radical. The Democrats are radical in that. And her vice presidential pick, which I think was a horrible pick, by the way, for our country, because he is really out of it. But her vice presidential pick says abortion in the 9th month is...
Wait, we're looking at the meter. They've been feeling really bad about Kamala this whole time, but pretty decent about Trump. This is so stupid. How are they feeling worse about her as he's yapping? This is awful.
Absolutely fine. He also says execution after birth. It's execution, no longer abortion, because the baby is born.
He's talking about after birth executions, and they're like, Kamala sucks, dude. I can't believe this. She's doing that.
Is okay, and that's not okay with me. Hence the vote.
Trump abortion bans that make no exception even for rape and incest, which understand what that means. A survivor of a crime of violation to their body does not have the right to make a decision about what happens to their body next. That is immoral.
Why did Trump go up? That's so ass. This sucks so
And
ass.
one does not have
This
to
ass
abandon
is so
their faith
butt.
or deeply held beliefs to agree. The government, and Donald Trump certainly, should not be telling a woman what to do with her body.
And that sound, obviously, that moment.
Did I read that wrong, or is it like, oh, is it the? It's not how they feel about which candidate. It's the voters. So all the Democrats felt better, the independents felt better, but the Trump supporters are just the same the whole time. This is so dumb. It's even more useless than I thought.
And that sound, obviously, that moment was a critical moment, not just for the debate on one of the critical issues of this campaign on the issue of reproductive rights and abortion, but it was also one that garnered significant reaction from our focus group, which I want to ask about right now. For those of you who responded positively to Vice President Harris's answer, tell me why.
Your drink looks like pickle juice. It's just green tea.
Yeah, please.
I responded positively to her answer because I do struggle with the abortion issue, and I don't know that she and I agree, but I
What do you mean you
don't
struggle
know
on it?
that, like she said, that government should be in charge of people's decisions, and I
No, it totally
think
should.
that when she was talking about situations of rape and incest, I think that those happen more than we think that they do, and I don't know, I just felt her impassioned response and that she would carry it out.
And that resonated with you in the moment.
Yes, it did.
Who else had a positive response? Go ahead, please.
Ronan!
Like it was
God. Jerk. Freaking out. It's okay. Ugh. Go lay down. Hey. Go to your place. Ronan. Go lay down. No. Stop. No. Go lay down.
Her most genuine and passionate that I saw her pretty much throughout it.
Wait, what?
Was her most
response. Go ahead, please.
I felt like it was her most genuine and passionate that I saw her pretty much throughout it. I didn't necessarily agree with what she was saying, but my favorable reactions were because it was nice to see the passion and
Walking
believability
around with his bone.
that she stands behind, and then have something to gauge more of what she says on, since she hasn't spoken a lot solidly about a lot of issues.
And I think what's been interesting, again,
Yeah, the captions have given up completely.
following how you guys were tracking the debate, which is a fascinating experience. And I should know, nobody in this room has been listening to the post-game coverage. Nobody in this room has been listening to the analysis. We've actually all been talking amongst ourselves. It's been a really great conversation. There was another critical moment, and this was Donald Trump's best moment based on...
So she likes the passion of the... I don't care. What was her thing?
On your
What
guys'
do any of these guys care about in the most important county in the election?
responses, and it was when he was discussing Afghanistan.
Other than that one lady who was like, "Yeah, of course I voted for Trump every time, and I still will." Like, I could have told you that.
We were getting out. We would have been out faster than them, but we wouldn't have lost the soldiers. We wouldn't have left many Americans behind, and we wouldn't have left $85 billion worth of brand new, beautiful military equipment behind. And just to finish,
Oh my God.
they
I'm Brian
blew
Kill
it.
Me.
The agreement said you have to do this, this, and they didn't do it.
What is he talking about? He can't name anything.
They didn't do it. The agreement was terminated by us because they didn't do what they were supposed to do.
So that was the former president talking about the Afghanistan withdrawal, where 13 U.S. service members were killed in that chaotic process. You're a veteran. There are obviously personal feelings here as well.
Dude, this is literally media complicity with the stupid Afghanistan narrative. Why? Where are the fact checkers to be like, oh, 60 plus soldiers died while Trump maintained the Afghanistan occupation throughout his 4 years, but Joe Biden ended it with a fraction, like a fifth of those casualties. No one says this, not even Joe Biden, not even the White House, not even the media that loves him so much. We Joe, Thank you, Joe Biden. The entire fucking DNC was dedicated to this old, decrepit Jim Crow motherfucker. And they can't even defend him properly for something he did that was objectively good. It's like insane how the media is like, yeah, you know, Afghanistan, that was really bad. What do you think? We should have stayed. You're right. We should have kept training the Afghanistan security forces that kept killing people and joining the Taliban. And we should have kept fighting the Taliban because we could have won. No, we could have won. We could have turned Afghanistan into Ukraine. Think about how awesome that would have been.
Answer, and it's been an issue that he's talked about constantly on the campaign. What stood out to you for it?
Or South Korea.
When I
Come
first
on.
heard that we were
Think about it.
abandoning or we were withdrawing from Afghanistan, and the way it was happening, I had my Kennedy moment. It was very similar to.
I'm Brian Kilmeade. I am.
When we decided to invade Iraq back under President Bush.
Oh.
And when I saw that we were leaving that amount of high-tech equipment in the hands of our enemy, and later that.
What? Yeah, it was like the assassination of JFK and also the announcement of the Iraq invasion, which I guess was bad, but leaving equipment in Afghanistan, like average undecided voter, just no fucking undecided about anything, no fucking clue what he's talking about.
That day or later that week, I saw on the news where them celebrating with our guns in their hands. I realized what a travesty that was.
Dude, how is it not a travesty that we were there in the first place, interfering with another government, occupying land that does not belong to us for oil, objectively, and we did it for 20 years. But oh, it was such a travesty that 14 people died on the way out. 60 people died maintaining this stupid fucking occupation under Donald Trump. Joe Biden ended American deaths in Afghanistan with that fucking move. Guess what? How many people died in Afghanistan this year? How many Americans died in Afghanistan this year? Tell me. 0. Shut the fuck up. God.
In the loss of money in that we abandoned when we left, plus
Oh,
the
but our
very
guns
bullets
though.
that we left.
What did you? We could have given those guns out at schools like we should or whatever. Like what the fuck? What are you doing? What are you doing with those guns? Give them to the cops? Like what? Who gets those? Who gets that equipment? What are we using it for?
Left there that they were shooting at us as we flew away into planes.
Ladies and gentlemen.
Yeah, that's what happens when you lose a war. You get shot at. God. It's American exceptionalism to just completely remove the context for anything to do with the Afghanistan exit. Why were we there? Doesn't matter. It's a travesty that it happened like that. Our brave, beautiful boys. They died. And then, yeah, there's no Democrat counter-messaging on this. They just don't talk about it. And let the hogs go wild. Anyway, I wanted to see this new donkey video. The PS5 Pro did get announced. It's $700. Which, you know. It doesn't have a disc drive either. It's $80 for the disc drive add-on. So it's $780 for the entire thing. And then, of course, there's like a $30 vertical stand. Sony does this every time. They did this with, I mean, even the PS4 or PS5 at launch was too expensive. But the PS3 was $600 when it came out. Adjusted for inflation, that's like $850 now, I'm sure. But, like, still, Sony loves overpricing their shit. And you know what? I literally think it's because they just shut down one of their games. They just launched a team-based shooter and then shut it down in, like, 2 weeks. Concord? They spent so much money on that game. That was a Sony-developed game in-house. It's just... They just took it down. Because it did so bad that nobody wanted to play it. And I think that literally is, like... I think they panicked and were like, okay, this system's got to make up for this loss of money. We don't have any games anymore, so the hardware has to be the most expensive thing. And it's like, for what, dude? Some people were complaining they couldn't see the differences in the comparisons. I could notice details and things further away, but it's not like it's a focal point in any scene. It's just more polygons, which at this point doesn't add anything. More polygons, like, you know, 5,000 extra pixels in your textures. It doesn't change anything anymore. It's just you can't even perceive it. Why are we so much more focused on fidelity than we are performance or like using any of these aspects of the hardware? In Last of Us 2, there's only one scene where you run away from like a really big crowd of zombies. Why? Like, how is the PS5 not able to have like 1,000 zombies on the screen at once? You guys remember Dead Rising on the 360?
You couldn't have been too impressed with our
How many
capital.
zombies they had in one room in like 2008? That was really impressive at the time. Why is there nothing like that? Games still have the same kind of density that they had in that era. They didn't really like expand. We don't have like destructible environments in most games like we thought. Like, was that not? That was the original like next gen thing for the 360. There was like a Battlefield game that had the destructible environments. I think Battlefield still maintains that as like a gimmick, but that's what it is. It's like a gimmick instead of like something that people incorporate into their games because it's about conscious design and design innovation on top of the technological innovation. If you just have high tech and you don't actually like finance your games and you close down these studios that are actually, you know, good. I mean, they closed Sony Game Studio. This is just like or they closed PlayStation Games. Now it's Sony Game Studio or something. Sony Interactive. Flop. Battlefield 4 was a show-off game? Yeah. Now EA doesn't give a fuck. They don't do anything. They don't show off. Is it the layoffs? That's part of it. Closing studios and doing mass layoffs. I mean, dude, I'm so curious about this game. I literally didn't even have time to hear about Concord. It's just an Overwatch clone. You guys remember like last year's E3 era where like every game announced was just a clone of Overwatch? That was a really weird period of time. But now these games are coming out, and yeah, they're bad, and no one wants to play them. 1.5 stars. I know. It's just team-based shooters. They're just taking like the easiest game format. But they put a ton of money into this game. $100 million? Wait. Oh. 100 to 200 million. Yeah, because you have to include the marketing budget. Dude. Yeah, that's definitely why. That's definitely why the PS5 is $700. They have to make up that loss somehow. They have to. That's why they're launching the PS5 Pro. They got no games. Spider-Man 2 came out last year. No DLC for it either. Who cares? Fuck you.
Gentlemen, introducing the PlayStation 5 Pro, the first professionally made console for gamers that know the difference between right and wrong. The graphics on this beast are beast-like. Look at how incredible that looks. Now let's get some.
See, with Donkey, I never know if he's ever actually showing the real footage or not. He'll just put the logo on anything. He'll play in like Dreams or something. That PS4 or PS5 game? I don't know.
Footage from the base.
Where you can like make a custom game. He'll play like a Flash game and put PS5 Pro on it.
PS5. Oh god. Oh god. It looks terrible. Oh god.
The funny thing is, this fucking God of War Ragnarok was also on the PS4. It came out like 2 years after the PS5 launched, and they still put that shit on the PS4 and PC. So there's no reason to have a PS5. Like, I respect wanting to make your games accessible, and they're selling a lot of units for these games. But if you're trying to move hardware, what's the point?
Off the screen.
I guess if it's more expensive to appeal to less people, is like the move to make consoles more niche or something? Because everyone's going to play on PC? I guess that makes the most sense to me long term. But, I don't know, I wish Sony would just try a little harder. Just do backwards compatibility. God damn. That's all anyone wants. Let me play PS2 games on a disc on my PS5 and let me live. Let me live.
Get it off. Just put it on the PS5.
But again, you know, why would you do that if you could just have a PC? You could legally emulate any disc that you own.
Pro, now this is what I'm talking about. Look at that.
Cute.
Look at how crisp.
I never played the Ratchet and Clank games.
Looks. Oh, I can never go back.
The only exclusive to the PS5. Wait, is this on PC too? Oh God.
I can never ever go back to the base PS5. Now let's go back to the base PS5. Oh,
wait, this is the fucking remake of the first game, I think.
Oh, it's terrible. It's terrible. Oh, that burns my eyes.
That's
oh,
so funny.
sickening. Oh, that is truly sickening. Yuck. Yucky. Put on the PS5 Pro now. Oh.
Dude, look at all the reflections on the car.
I feel like $10 million bill right now. I feel like a money type of guy. You know what I'm saying? I feel like I'm a...
See, like, why are we rendering the most boring environment imaginable with, like, the most, like, unoriginal aesthetic? It's not even, like, you could stylize anything. You can do anything with computers these days. You could hyper stylize a driving game like this, make it look so unbelievably good. Or you could just, I don't know, make it look like Google Images, Google Earth, Google Maps. That's good enough, right? Whatever.
You know what I'm saying?
It looks like it, dude. This looks worse than fucking GTA 5, and that came out in 2013. Just aesthetically, like these buildings are just gray, just slabs, just nothing. This tile or this texture is tiled severely. There's no actual like real texture on the ground. It just looks like fucking rubber. What is this?
Ooh, this. Now put on the old PlayStation 5. Oh my God, nasty. That's just terrible. How did people ever look
See, at least there's aesthetic here. I like the mixed media. It's all they could do at the time. Unless they wanted to make like a whole render of the... They couldn't even. You didn't have enough polygons in the world to put a whole render of the Colosseum back there, so they just put a picture of it. And now it's like a mixed media thing. That's just a PNG. It looks so much cooler. I know! It's got colors.
People ever look at this? I'm just getting a headache looking at this. They're so horrendous. The image quality is absolutely terrible.
Yeah, I can't play games with this low fidelity graphics. I need the surround sound. I need the 8K, 16K display.
This is a
500 gigahertz
console with no power. Put on the PlayStation 5 Pro.
I like Ghost of Tsushima. I know people don't like that game, but I like it.
Again, I'm joined by kings. This is just an absolutely unparalleled image. Can we bring up the PS5?
I wish there were more like historical fiction games like that. They don't. I think people think it's a little boring, which like I kind of get it. I understand that take if you're not already into like history and enjoy playing like a history-based game. That's all I care about. I like a time period accurate game. What was annoying about Assassin's Creed is that you would play in these cool time period sandboxes and then it would do some like stupid like alien shit, like spiritual like weird ancient technology alien plot line. It just felt floaty and slow and lame, and it doesn't have a ton of unique content to it. It's just, you know, I like these open world field based like approach an enemy base stealthily or slash your way through type games. What was I saying? I don't remember. Anyway, I like Ghost of Tsushima because it's a fun little historical fiction game. I think I completed it. I think I did 100%. Because I like the collectibles. There's a lot of aesthetics. Or not aesthetics. A lot of cosmetic collectibles like sword sheaths and stuff. And like cool armor. There's really cool armor in that game. Some really good visual design. I hope for more games like that. Like Assassin's Creed, but not Assassin's Creed. Oh, that's what I was talking about earlier. Assassin's Creed does the stupid alien shit, or it takes you out of the Animus, and then you're playing in, like, modern day, and then that's fucking the worst. That's the most boring part. Just make a game about history where you play as history and history. You know? I like that.
Again. Oh, that is rough. That is rough. That is... Ooh. Oh, now I know what I call them Naughty Dogs. That is rough. That is rough. Oh, PlayStation 5. That is just.
I hate when it pulls you out. Yeah. There's a reason they killed Desmond off screen in Assassin's Creed Origins. You don't even know he's dead unless you read an email in Assassin's Creed Origins.
Just a joke of a console. This is an absolute joke. Let's bring on the PS5 Pro now. And look at how just immaculate. And
he dies in 3? Wait, really? I played 3. Wait, really? Oh my god, you're right. I remember this is like the worst ending to any game in the series this far. Ass Creed. I loved these games as a kid, and low-key I still do. I played Origins just because I never had. I played it recently, and I liked the theming. Again, I like the theming. I like the history. There's some really cool stuff. I like raiding old dungeons with like Pharaoh gold in them. Like, that shit's fucking sick. Like, that's awesome. That's fun, but the combat isn't very fun. Especially, the combat's worse than the older games. The combat is like 10 times worse than Assassin's Creed 3 or even the first game. Like, I just can't stand it, so it made me not want to play it no more. Also, they what's it called? They simplified the climbing. Is your Ethernet cable plugged in? I don't have one in here. When I was in middle school, I cried when Desmond died because I was cringe. I remember I was pissed off at this ending. The combat's too RPG coded. It's too Dark Souls coded. You just button mash. You can't do any cool counters really anymore.
Yes, this is it.
We're right behind you.
This sucks. Oh my god! Dude, this is so nostalgic. I remember these shitty platforming missions. I haven't played this game in so long, since it like came out, dude. Holy. These were the worst. I hated doing these. But I played all of them. I definitely did. Because when I was like fucking 12, I didn't have any other games. I just played the shitty ones that I had. Until I got Gamefly, the rental mail service. Which I thought was fun. But it definitely wasn't like... You got some fucked up scratch discs from it too. Sometimes you just get one that doesn't work.
Moment of truth.
I know. Dude, Gamefly was it was a smart idea. Just do Netflix but for video games. But then when Netflix went to streaming, I don't think they had any plans. Because streaming video games is the worst thing ever. And a horrible idea for any company because no one will do it. I mean, look at Google Stadia. Yeah, too bad physical media is dead, I know. I mean, the new Switch is going to take cartridges. Nintendo's preserving it in some way, I guess. I'm glad it's going to be backwards compatible. I hope that wakes Sony up a little bit. But also, Sony doesn't have to try because Microsoft stopped trying.
Top of the morning, top of the morning.
Nobody wants an Xbox because there's no games on it.
Top of the morning.
PlayStation is just what people get now to play stuff on a station. And if not, they have a gaming PC. I want a game that's like Red Dead 2 but fantasy, like D&D. I'm trying to think if I can recommend something. I mean, not gameplay-wise, but character and writing and story, I would recommend Baldur's Gate. But that's a pretty basic recommendation. Elden Ring? Kinda. I mean, a game that's like Red Dead 2 is hard to find because that game took like 7 years to make and was like, it's like a handcrafted, like, very scrupulous video game that like a very conditionally based video game. It's just not, it's a one-of-a-kind thing. It's not even like GTA, really. I'm really old
and remember when they tried to sell us on Sega Channel.
Sega
That
Channel.
was abysmal.
Skull Meats, thank you for the 2 months, by the way. I'm in love with Red Dead 2. It's a good game. It's fine. I think Fortnite. I love gaming. Horizon, maybe. I really don't like Horizon Zero Dawn or Forbidden Fart. I hate those games. Such squandered opportunity, I'll tell you what. You never played FNAF World? There's a new one, isn't there? Into the Pit? Is that a real FNAF game? FNAF into the armpit? It's a fan game? Oh. Oh, you know, if you want a game that's like Red Dead 2 but fantasy, you should play Dragon's Dogma 2. I beat that game really fast, but it's good. Dragon's Dogma 2 fucks. No, it's real? Oh. I'll play Into the Balls Pit. Should I play this new Space Marine game? Do I have any Warhammer enjoyers in the chat? I've always had friends that were into Warhammer, and I think miniature games are really fun. Whoa. I really like the Warhammer lore. There's a lot of video games. I guess I could get into them via the video games.
Welcome to Space Marine 2, the newest installment in the Warhammer 40,000
It looks
franchise.
so good.
Brought
You
to
should
you
play
by
Atomic Heart. I promise I'm not a Russian shill like Tim Pool. There's just so many games out this year I want to play.
Saber Interactive and Focus Entertainment. I'm Oliver Hollis-Lake, creative director on the project.
This looks
And
sick.
today I'm going to take you on a tour of the game's story, game modes, progression, and a whole lot more.
Okay, this looks fun as fuck.
Giving you a taste of what's to come when the game
The
releases
books are pretty
on
good,
September
I'm
9th.
sure. Is there... Okay, so wait. Warhammer has... two different, like, franchises, right? There's 40K and there's... What's the other one? Vermintide or whatever? I don't know what all this is. Space Hulk. Oh, this is the same
Peggy
studio that made
16.
the Space Hulk game? Oh, that's cool. I've heard this game is good, actually. Oh, wait, no, this is a different game. This looks fun as fuck, though, too. Honestly. Warhammer hands their IP out like candy. I respect it. I think they have some pretty decent... It's just Warhammer? Oh, I see. Vermintide. I love those games too. Is in Warhammer Fantasy? I see. What the fuck? God, there's so much. Warhammer seems fun though. I like the lore. Space Marine seems a little more clean cut, but the fantasy lore, oh god, there's so much DLC. God damn. The fantasy lore is very cool, very gritty. Whoa. You can chop dudes' heads off. This looks fun as fuck. Escape Dead Island. What the fuck? They're still trying to make this franchise work? Oh, this is from 2014. That makes sense. There's so much lore. I love it. I love games with big lore. Big lore. I need to finish this clip. I love talking about gaming now. Go, Desmond. He just falls off.
Yes. Come.
Do not come. This is the end of Assassin's Creed 3. I remember
At
this.
last. You know our story now. Of how we tried. Of how we failed.
It's like the ancient race or whatever that like is like the structures, the constructors of humanity, the precursors, the premonitions. What are they called? I don't know. Play Bluey, the video game. Like I hated this whole plot point. This literally ruined multiple Assassin's Creed games. Literally like the first 6 Assassin's Creed games get fucking ruined by this shit. The Isu. great. Yeah, I wanted this in my game about Renaissance Italy.
All our hopes extinguished.
I wanted this about my... This is literally the one about the fucking American Revolutionary War. Aliena.
Save one. Your touch. A spark. A spark.
It's so early video game coded. The whole first Assassin's Creed game and just like everything they run with throughout the first kind of like, I guess, half of the series before they rebooted it is so like early video games. Like, you can't make a video game where you just play as a guy in history. It's got to be about a guy who's hooked up to a matrix machine, who's being captured by scientists so they can probe into his memories, and that's what you're playing. And there's like a secret like thing. It's just so uninteresting compared to what you're actually like pitched the game is. Like, if it's about something else, make it about something else. Don't do fun and then boring story. Make the fun part the story part. It's just whatever.
Spark to save the world.
Wait. Do
It's
not
like-
touch the pedestal.
Minerva?
You. But how? You
Like, what is
left.
this?
You
You have to be in a video game to do a video game. I feel like games were so much like that when the first one came out, like 2008.
Destroyed the device.
Did you think there was only one?
What the hell is going on?
They hadn't learned to balance story and gameplay. I mean, no, not a lot of studios do a very good job at that anyway. But, I mean, this was just an era where nobody cared. They would put the worst story in a video game. You had to fucking watch it.
You must not free her.
Free her?
You know.
This is what gamers who do, like, this Gamergate 2 shit want to return to, by the way. This is what people who review bomb, like, new games coming out because they're woke. This is what they want to go back to. Unskippable, boring-ass, fucking shitty, generic lore.
Dwells within
About,
his
but at
walls,
least it's not woke. At least it's not woke. It sucks.
awaiting release.
That's cool.
I will explain. While we worked to save the world, she sought instead to conquer it.
Wow.
She used our machine to set her plans in motion.
What a climax.
Divination through numbers. There is a pattern to existence. To comprehend the
My favorite part about this is that it takes place nowhere. Why would you think about setting or blocking or shots when you can just have an open field of nothing? It's like the end of The Flash. You don't have to design anything in the background if you just leave it blank. It's fucking lazy.
calculations is to tame
Now Desmond just lives as a consciousness in the Animus, just sort of vibing? Really? That's
This was my
weird.
focus. And so I built
I don't
the eye
like
to aid
that.
us.
He's like a ghost in there.
But she turned
I never
towards
understand why we wouldn't just stick with the Templars and the Assassins and do that throughout history. It always feels like you're playing two different stories. I thought you were always the Assassins, except for Unity, where you play as Connor's dad. Is that the one? I never played that one. I stopped playing after 3.
her own ends.
Or Revelations,
When we
whichever one came
discovered
first.
her treachery,
Or last.
we put a stop to it. And then we left. But first we called to you that you might try again.
What is Assassin's Creed about? It's about a lot of really stupid stuff. Wasn't he running through different timelines in Valhalla? Was that the Animus? I was not paying attention to the story. God damn, dude, who was? Assassin's Creed Rogue is the Templar one? Oh.
We thought it would be
The Viking one was fun. See, that's the thing. I confused the Viking one. What's the one they did before that? Viking one and other white people. Not pirates. Greek. Odyssey. Yeah. It's too similar. They shouldn't have done Greek and then Viking. Too close to each other. Don't like it. Odyssey. I played like 30 minutes of Assassin's Creed 4 and I got bored. That's the pirate one. See, that's the thing. You gotta theme these games. And they do a decent job sometimes. It's the blank one, the pirate one, the Greek one, the Viking one. But Greek and Viking is too similar to me. I like the Egypt one because it's so, like, uncommon. There's no ancient Egypt video game. It's sick. But it's a little boring, so. Which is the Revolutionary War one? Ironically, the one we're watching.
safe with her gone. Now I see we were
Just don't talk about the Edith weapons or anything from the ancient civilizations. Just stick with the Templars and the Assassins in their current conflict. Yeah, they do this like huge background lore, but you never actually directly engage in it. It just happens to you. You're doing a smaller battle, and the whole time they're like, "You are merely pawns in a greater scheme," and you're like, "Okay." The scheme will be revealed at the end of the game in a big cutscene.
She endured, and then she began to work.
At least it's not woke.
For centuries, Tinny and I walked the world, hoping to rekindle the spark of civilization.
This is the Revolutionary War one, where there's a DLC mission where you kill George Washington because he becomes a king.
We shared what
And we don't want that.
We could. We were not the only ones, but for all the power we wrought, still death would claim us. But before it did, I would have one last look to know if we had succeeded.
That's how you're here now?
I had hoped you might find this place and finish.
See, that would be called woke now. Having to kill George Washington, that would be called woke.
Our work.
It's hard to tell if you actually love video games sometimes. It's like saying I love books. I love many books. I hate many books.
But it is too late. You and the Templars have squabbled over our refuse. You have wasted centuries, and so you have lost your chance. You cannot hope to stop the end now, Desmond. Only to survive.
She's lying! Only touch the pedestal and the world will be saved.
Better the world burn.
Do you get a
than
choice?
She be loosed upon it.
Is that so? Show him then.
But he will not understand. It is complicated. It is...
Huh?
Show me.
This sucks.
If you heed Minerva, the sun will have its way. The ground will crack and spit fire.
Dude, what was going on with video games at this time? This Mass Effect 3? We just couldn't end a video game. We had to just make it the stupidest thing ever. People were so upset about the Mass Effect 3 ending, but this is honestly worse.
Into the skies. All the world will burn. But this does not end the world. Merely
You will start a new civilization.
heralds its arrival. Darkness follows. Then you emerge, resolving to lay a foundation that such a tragedy does not befall the world again. You will become a symbol to those who survive. Hope, knowledge, determination. You will inspire them to rebuild,
Wow.
to thrive once more. And as the world heals, so too will humanity. But you are just a man, frail and mortal. You pass from the world, leaving behind only
Dude,
a
they went so hard rendering all these graphics for nothing.
memory, a legacy.
They did like
You will
movie
be
graphics
remembered
for this.
first as a hero, later as a legend, and in time as a god. It is the cruelest fate to have written words that meant well and see them made wicked and unwise. What was meant to encourage life, used instead to justify taking it. And so now you see that
Dark
what
Souls.
was shall be again.
This is Dark Souls.
So tell me, how is this better? She would sacrifice you, sacrifice the world, for no other reason than to deny me vindication.
They will enslave your kind, Desmond. Is this not why you fight? Is this not why you came here? To ensure more than just your race's future, but its freedom?
What future? What freedom? Billions dead and
I would rather have more of the cool Native American spirituality than this dumb shit to end the game. Yeah. What's your problem with Dark Souls? No. I was just making a joke about how she's giving a choice to Desmond of like rekindling and restarting the world, but inevitably it just repeats itself in its own cycle. That's the plot of Dark Souls. That's the moral or lesson of Dark Souls. That's the final choice of Dark Souls.
to deny me vindication.
It's just funny. I think they might have gotten a little inspired, but that's okay. It's also just a very common cyclical thing, like a plot point or whatever, cliche.
enslave your kind, Desmond. Is this
Does
not
this make
why-
any sense in the context of the game? It makes sense if you played like all of the games up to this point, which is the first 3, and then I think Revelations. Did Revelations come out before or after 3? Oh wait, Brotherhood too. You have to play Assassin's Creed Brotherhood before. Okay, so you have to play. You have to play that too. Hang on. 5 games. If you played all 5 games and did all of the missions to see all of the stupid extra background plot, this does make sense. Yes. Yeah, Revelations and then 3. This is too woke.
You fight? Is this not why you came here? To ensure more than just your race's future, but its freedom?
What future? What freedom? Billions dead and the whole cycle begun anew? This world has known nothing but heartache and horror since we left it.
Our gift to them, and you'd see it all returned.
Enough!
I love that they got who did they get for this? Troy Baker? No. Nolan North? Who Desmond? Desmond Miles Morales. Yeah, it is Nolan North. Got Nolan North for this game, have him say fucking 6 lines.
Must not do this.
Whatever Juno's planning, however terrible it might seem today, we'll find a way to stop it. But the alternative, what you want, there's no hope there.
If you free her, you'll be destroyed.
It will happen in an instant. There will be no pain.
You mustn't.
It's done, Minerva.
Oh.
The decision's made.
There's no decision, it just happens.
Then the consequences of this mistake are yours to live and die with.
You need to go. All of you. Now. Get as far away from here as you can.
Come with us. We'll find another way.
There isn't time.
Son.
Oh, it's his dad.
You know it's true. It's already started. I need to do this now.
It just goes to show that just because you have a really good voice actor in your game doesn't mean that he's going to do a good job. This is literally Nolan North, man. Like, he was already doing Uncharted when these games were coming out. Like,
so go.
Go. The decision is already made. Gonna touch the ball. Yes. He pondered too hard. And that's the end of the game.
In some sort.
Oh. Desmond was the one who saved us from 2012. That was not an instant, and it didn't look painless either. She lied. People died. Desmond took the whole franchise with him to the grave, as if it wasn't already dead. I mean, look at this.
Dark.
What, like, this is nuts. Okay. Wait, did we even finish the donkey video? Oh god, I'm sorry for distracting so much. That's the end of the game about a Native American assassin through the Revolutionary War. Isn't it awesome? Yeah, dude. We got to bring this back. That was a Walking Dead Destinies cutscene. You're right.
Perfect. And just an aura of cleanness to the picture, if you will. Now put us back on the old PlayStation 5. What a joke. This is a console less powerful than the Nintendo Switch at this point. This is truly an embarrassment and, yeah, just a disgrace to gaming in general. And this is just an absolutely terrible console. PlayStation 5 Pro, on the other hand, boom. I feel good.
The only exclusive still on the PS5 is Demon Souls. And it looks great, too. It's crazy that no game actually looks like this still. I don't know what Bluepoint did, but they actually made a next-gen game on accident, I think.
I knew
and then Sony stopped marketing it. They were like, no, we don't want anyone to see this. I want to play Demon's Souls so badly. It looks incredible. Looks better
Oh,
than
it
Elden Ring.
hurts. Get it off.
Which makes sense.
Get it
It's a
off the
smaller
screen.
game, but still.
PS5 Pro. I knew that I would. Better than PS5. Oh no. Oh no. PS5 Pro. Only $7,000 before scalpers.
Before scalpers. Yeah, good luck. Good luck actually getting one. Okay. Let's get to this Forbidden Gordon. Wait. Where is he? So this episode got like banned or something? He got sued. No F? Oh, okay. Chat, I'm going to put a BRB screen on really quick. I'm going to take Ronan out. And then we'll resume the content. This seems like a juiced content episode. The food looks... Oh, God, Gordon. The food looks nasty. We may see Gordon's butt just because he's like, This food is so disgusting. I have to fart. And then he pulls his little butt out and farts. Okay, I'll be right back.
Wake up, A cup, get your tits up in my makeup, face fuck, get your bake up. Fake bluff, fake tough, niggas dicks up, put your six up for the motherfucking princess. Rates up, jigs up, put your dicks up, get your dick sucked, put your motherfucking sticks up. They suck, that's tough, nigga, pay up, get your rates up for the motherfucking princess. But bullshit me, she freaky, kinda lingus, Dalai Lama, Dolce, cooler than a fan, but she get hotter than a sauna. Take a trip out to Japan and I tsunami her vagina, wine it down a Benihana. I'm the new hip hop Madonna, I'm the new hip hop Madonna, I'm the trap Grace Jones. I don't know what type of motherfucking crack they own. I'm like Carrie Bradshaw with a back brace on. I've been carrying you bitches now for way too long. I'm a black bitch, purple cunt, stack chips, smoke a blunt. All beef gets smoked. I'm a real fly bitch, you ain't coach hoe. I'm a real bite bitch, every coast hoe. She was talking on the net, she want approach though. I got these bitches white face, you a ghost hoe. You a don't you stand on a post hoe. Suck it up, stand up, say that shit with your chest. You bitches barking over bones, I got digits to fetch. I can't do pictures, I'm too busy, I don't deal with the press. You the type of hoe to leave a broke nigga impressed. You look a mess hoe, broke dick got you looking real stressed hoe. These broke niggas ain't cunt or fetch hoe. Stay up, stay woke, stay blessed hoe. You need a wake up, A cup, get your tits up in my makeup, face fuck, get your bake up. Fake bluff, fake tough, niggas dicks up, put your six up for the motherfucking princess. Rates up, jigs up, put your dicks up, get your dicks up, put your motherfucking sticks up. They suck, that's tough, nigga, pay up, get your rates up for the motherfucking. Put the motherfucking money in my motherfucking hands. I'm in Gucci in a bonnet, spinning motherfucking bands. I got haters, I got fans, I got stands in the stands. Do they love her or they hate her? Either way, they spinning bands. I could really give a damn, I could really give a fuck. Long as you bitches know what's up. It's Dolce, bitch, Miss D-O-E, Don Dada, bitch, you notice me. They like Dolce, you the Lulu, you a loose screw. She really giving cunt in a pussy voodoo. She swapped the old nigga for a bitch ain't new. She munching on the vibes while she watching Hulu. Wake up, A cup, get your tits up in my makeup, face fuck, get your bake up. Fake bluff, fake tough, niggas dicks up, put your six up for the motherfucking princess. Rates up, jigs up, put your dicks up, get your dick sucked, put your motherfucking sticks up. They suck, that's tough, nigga, pay up, get your rates up for the motherfucking princess. Get the fuck out my way. Get the fuck out my way, bitch. Get the fuck out my way, bitch. Get the fuck out my way, bitch. Get the fuck out my way. Move, bitch. Get out the way. If you plan on heavy stepping, girl, you better start shape. Peter Piper, pimpin' poker, call me Mrs. Parlay. And I'm carrying these bitches like my period. Like, why you say I do that shit when I didn't do that shit? Pull up looking like a lick, then I sped off in a Benz. Victoria's Secret, she a lingerie and shit. 2 feet kicking shit, we only just doing shit. Get the fuck out my way, bitch. Get the fuck out my way, bitch. Get the fuck out my way, bitch. Get the fuck out my way. Pussy bitch, get the fuck. Get the whip by Bentley truck. Pussy hoe keep starting shit. Blicky make a dap and duck. Blicky make a dap and duck. Extendo make a hokey poke. Line that shit when I drop in a split, and he don't need lotion when I fall in the mix. Keep that motion and fall in the bliss, and he sip that potion all in the whip. Got that wet, keep 'em all on my hip, and I'm doing the most for ya. Doing the most for ya, most for ya. He like the way you move, he like the way I groove. Dropping it down to boozy, he like the way I'm choosy. Know when I go, I stay, keeping me on all day. Facing me on no toolie, keeping me on the groovy.
What up, chat? We're back. We're back. We have a Forbidden Gordon. But Barry Bear, thank you for the gifted sub. I talked about it a little bit earlier, but I've had kind of a shitty day. And I want to talk about why. It's nothing serious. It's just personal. But I wanted to give a little tribute, a little shout out to, if you know anything about me, it's my, I love dogs. I have Ronan, Lex has Luna. We have 2 dogs here. But I've always grown up with dogs. My mom has had very many dogs. I've always had at least 2 or 3 dogs. And I guess my mom called me earlier today to tell me that one of the dogs that she got a long time ago, I think it was about 10, probably more, 11 years ago now. She passed away from congestive heart failure. She's a sweet little dog. Sorry. Her name was Chicken. We had no idea, so it came as a shock. It was really upsetting. And I wasn't able to be there. She passed away at the hospital overnight. It happens. I just wanted to share a picture because I think she's such a cute dog. Sorry. Anyway, I'm a huge animal person. It's why I went into veterinary. I love dogs. It just sucks. She was a really sweet dog, though. This one's for you, Chicken. R.I.P. Chicken. Smoke 'em if you got 'em, chat, for Chicken. She will be missed.
Will brothers Mo and Rob
Lawsuit incoming. The Foo Fighters will sue me. I was not given permission. They will sue me and donate all of the money to the Kamala Harris campaign. Just like he did to Donald Trump. Anyway. Thanks for that, chat. That made me feel better.
Rest in peace, chicken.
Mommy, stop the fighting.
I'm gonna get sued for playing this like Forbidden Gordon video. Honestly. This guy's gonna sue me. They did that. Yeah, they did that when they used Hero for RFK's announcement. Yeah. And he's gonna do it to me. Equal rights. I mean, I cry a lot. I'm not like ashamed of it. I just not everything makes me cry, but you know, a dog passing away will do it. You know, my family dog. Got her when I was like 12.
Thanks for the stream speed.
Thanks, Canadian Brex, for the 5 months. But yeah, you know, I had chicken while I was playing Assassin's Creed 3. Like that was that's like when we got her. So that's what brought it up too. Like when I was a 12-year-old kid. So just a little shitty little dog, but just really sweet. Anyway, and you know, I'm just far away from home right now, so it also is hard not to be able to be there. But it's okay. She's not, you know, she's comfortable now. She was having a hard time. Grumpy ass, thank you for the gifted sub. Thank you so much. She is in Chinese heaven. I sure hope so. She deserves it. I want to go to New Orleans. This looks so much fun. I want to go bar hopping and drink and talk to someone in like those like TikTok man on the street interviews where they go to like the Vegas Strip in New Orleans. I want my own Hawk Tua moment. We should go to Broadway, look for guys doing interviews, becoming the next Hawk Tua. That'll be my video. Trying to find someone in Nashville doing interviews, recreate all of the circumstances around Hawk Tua, and then I could easily have my own Hawk Tua, and then my own podcast, Hawk Tua 2. Hurricane right now? What, right now? In Louisiana, maybe? Is that what you mean? There's a hurricane coming this weekend. I wanted to go to Louisiana for something. Specifically to New Orleans. I don't know, like a birthday or something. And do like the bar hopping thing, but I can't do that this year. I'm too busy. What is Kendrick cooking? Uh-oh. Shoes. Do not come.
Watch the party die. The shit that got too wicked to apologize.
Wait.
It's different. Get 'em.
Wait, is this a whole song?
Disqualified. We even killed the killers cause they like taking innocent lives. Burn the whole village. We start over. It's really that time. Why reason with these niggas if they can't see the future first? Why argue with these clowns if the circus is well at work? Just walk that man down. That'll do everyone a solid. It's love, but tough love sometimes gotta result in violence. If you parading gluttony without giving truth to the youth, the graveyard is company. Just tell us what casket the truth. They party more than bitches. Tell me what are you working for? They glorify scamming, you get chipped over this credit card. Influencers talk down cause I'm not with the basic shit. But they don't hate me, they hate the man that I represent. The type of man that never did right cause I won a favor. The man that resides in patience. So where the soldiers at? The ones that lost it all and learned to learn from that. A thirst for life, head inside a book cause he concerned with that. Information that'll change his life because he yearns for that. Dedication, finding out what's right cause he can earn from that. I feel for the women that deal with the clown and nerd shit. Can't blame them, today they ain't really got much to work with. How many bitches harder than a lot of you niggas? Will trade all of y'all for nip, I can't be proud of you niggas. God, give me life. Dear God, please give me peace. Dear God, please keep these lame niggas away from me. Dear God, keep me shining. The fuck do they really think? Pocket watching, you must be the police. God bless these words, dear God bless how I think. Dear God, draw the line, they tryna confuse them with me. Dear God, please forgive me, you knowing how hard I tried. I think it's time for me to watch the party die. Get them gone, we go watch the party die.
This one's really good.
Send them home, we go watch the party die.
I mean, there's obviously so much to dissect that I can't even give you the context on.
I think it's time to watch the party die. Street niggas and the corporate guys, the rappers that report the lies. I need their families mortified. We can do life without them, get their bodies organized.
There's
Tell me if
more?
you oblige. No more pillow talking, jump starting neighborhood wars. Dirty macking bitches because your spirit is insecure. The flashy nigga with nasty decisions, using money as a backbone. I want his head cracked before he's back home. The radio personality pushing propaganda for salary. Let me know when they turn up as a casualty. I want agony, assault and battery. I see a new earth.
There's 2 more verses?
People making humanity work. Let's kill the followers that follow up on popping mollies from the obvious degenerates that's failing to acknowledge the hope that we trying to spread. If I'm not his vote, then you need to bring his fucking head or film that shit in high res. God, give me life. Dear God, please give me peace. Dear God, please keep these lame niggas away from me. Dear God, keep me shining. The fuck do they really think?
Holy shit.
Pocket watching, you must be the police. God bless these words, dear God bless how I think. Dear God, draw the line, they tryna confuse them with me. Dear God, please forgive me, you knowing how hard I tried. I think it's time for me to watch the party die. Sometimes I wonder what Lecrae would do. Fuck these niggas up or show them just what prayer do. I wanna be empathetic, my heart like D1, but I will. It's time to get these devils out the way. Heavy metals on my sword, we settle hard disputes today. The ghetto Hollywood divorce, say hello to your future fate. The culture bred with carnivores, you let them snack, they eat your face. The signatures is being forged. They wonder why I'm not enthused to drop. The more visible you get, the more your spiritual is tried. It's cynical to say I know these artists petrified. The end result in jail by Jezebel, a drugged up full of lies. Critical, I know my physical is tested all the time. I'm pitiful, sunk in place soon as I'm questioning my pride. I'm seeing ghosts, blacking out, relapsing 1/3 at a time. I spend no feelings that ain't mine. I'm in my feelings when I slide. I mean, a nigga wonder what Lecrae would do. Terrence Martin said I'm mentally with layers, true. I flood the market with my best regards. I paid your dues, and so it's up if you ain't one of ours. It's bad news. My nigga Jay Estrada said I gotta burn it down to build it up. That confirmation real as fuck. It ain't too many real as us. Locking into what I trust. Looking outside, the kids live tomorrow. Cause today the party just died.
Incredible. Oh boy. Well, who knows what's going to happen at the Super Bowl? I think he's going to just have fun with it more than anything. He's not going to like, if he uses it as a platform, it'll be in a clever way, not in like a super overt way, in my opinion. Unless he just plays Not Like Us, which I don't know if he will. Maybe he will. He probably will. But yeah, he's going to get silly with it, I think. Yeah, that was new Kendrick drop. Somebody said this is like the argument that Kendrick is a poet, not a rapper, which if you're in the know, you know that there's not really a difference. But, you know. Just fundamentally not a difference. And it's not just Kendrick. It's literally the entire art form. You could turn pineapple upside down into a poem. You just have to write it a certain way. What's the difference? It's a poem to me. It's just, it's the way you're using like metaphor and like
turn of phrase and clever language and wordplay. Like this all falls into very very regular common poetry, you know. Ice Spice poet for sure. For sure. Miss Poopy? Call her Miss Poetry. For sure. Yeah, 9/11 wasn't an inside job. It happened outside. Oh shit. Can you argue with that? I forgot it was 9/11. Or should I say Patriot Day? How could 9/11 be an inside job if they did it outside? Conspiracy theorists have no argument for that. Think you the shit, you're not even the fart? Yeah, I mean that is a great line. I'm sorry. But also, you know, she has earned her Miss Poopy reputation. I'll say it. And also calling her Miss Poopy is funny because she was like weird about Palestine. But Lynn Zest, thank you for the 13 months. Thank you so much.
Happy 7/11.
So, I mean, I'm just trying to get a little bit of a vibe for what this song is even about. This is the last thing I expected. Did you hear? Dog? Dog? Did you hear the Kendrick drop? It's good. I don't... In these lyrics, Kendrick shows disapproval of the actions men have down. What? Done? He then says he would even trade some of them for Nipsey Hussle, who passed away in 2019. Down. It's not loading. Anyway. That's crazy. I've written an essay about how awful genius is and tries to apply objective meaning to what is inherently subjective. I mean, sure, but I appreciate, like, context, at least. Because, like, if there's a part of this person's life that, like, an annotator knows that I don't, that is relevant to the song, there's so much lore in hip-hop especially. And it's, like, especially when it comes to these diss tracks, like, that's what I'm looking for more than anything. Not, like, the objective meaning necessarily, but, like, more so, like, what the purpose, like, the function actually is.
mouth is dry. My face is numb. Fucked up and spun out in my room. We're on my own, here we go. My mind is set on overdrive. The clock is laughing in my face. Crooked spine. My senses dulled. That's the point of delirium. On my own, here we go. My eyes feel like they're gonna bleed. Right up and bulging out my skull. My mouth is dry. Face is numb. Fucked up and spun out in my room. On my own, here we go.
What up, chat? I had to grab my food. I hate watching Kitchen Nightmares hungry. I'll say it. You like greens? Like the vegetables? I'm typically a fan. I'd say. You eated food? No, I just went and grabbed it. I hadn't heard that song in a long time. Green Day. Greens. Yeah, it just came on after Foo Fighters, which makes sense, but it's a good song. Anyway, I hate watching Kitchen Nightmares hungry, because it always makes me hungry. Huh? Oh, nice. Ketchup win. Opinion on people who wear Trump hats ironically? I mean, not like outside. Don't do that. If you're like a content creator, it's different. Like Hassan does it, and that's funny, because obviously his whole entire like existence online is about being a leftist. But like, he's only able to do that because of the context that he does it in. And if you're just going outside, you're not doing it in any context. You're just outside. So, don't do that.
We can name 10 things us girls need before we ever need a man. 1 new vape, 2 lines of coke, 3 drinks from the bar, 4 more lines of coke, 5 buoys freeze, 6 hits of my blunt, 7 more lines of coke, 8 pairs of shoes, 9 BB belts, and 10 drunk cigarettes.
10 drunk cigarettes. Isn't that like an AI generated song that was going off on TikTok? It was going on there on the TikTok. Kids were talking about it. AI song. 10 drunk cigarettes. Someone needs to cover it. I guess I could. I don't know what the source even is. I don't know if it's actually AI. It just sounds like... Dude, who came all over... It was arugula. Beautiful name for a baby girl. Arugula. It's called 10 Drunk Cigarettes. I'll write it down. I've had a lot of video ideas lately. I met up with a friend recently who helped me talk through some stuff. And I've been feeling a lot better about it. I made a video on my Patreon about it. Just briefly talking about it. You're always streaming when I need to watch something. L. I stream for like 6 or 7 hours usually. How could I be exposed to more people? I like fit me in, bro. Not the other way around.
cousin, sister, whatever. Irugula. You owe me 10 drunk cigarettes, 500 cigarettes. It's very appreciated you stream so long. I love streaming. Ronan. I almost called him Gordon because I was reading chat. Gordon. Gordon, go lie down. He looked. Ronan. No, be nice. He just gets excited.
R2-D2, you found a cigarette.
Ketchup acquired. Ketchup located. Gordon is his middle name. Ronan Gordon. Get another dog, name him Gordon. That would be really funny, actually.
Water squishing every.
Oh, did I? Oh, yeah, I did thank Linz S for the Prime for the 13 months. Thank you for being here. Holy shit. Do you like streaming more than making YouTube videos? It's just easier. I guess I like it a little more. It's not as sustainable. It's not as rewarding, that's for sure. If I can get to a point where I can, like, plan stuff. I've thought about, like, hosting events or something. Like, I know a lot of streamers do stuff like that, and it seems really fun to, like, plan and put together. And I haven't, like, I don't know. I haven't come up with a good enough idea to, like, start working on it. But I feel like if I had something to do an event for, I feel like that would be really fun. But, like, that's the most I would want to do with streaming, right? Like, when it comes to videos, there's, like, stuff that I want to make that I think would be, like, valuable to, like, people. Not people, but just, like, really informational. Like, I think my DEI plane video is pretty decent, especially for when it came out. Because, like, I was talking about DEI before it went to the national stage, when it was just, like, what people were saying about, like, the plane doors falling off. And I think the argument that I make in that video is, like, pretty consistent. So I want to make videos like that. I talked about my Mormon Zion video. Videos that take a lot of planning and preparation and meeting with people out in their, like, real world. But streaming is fun to do in the interim when I'm not working on videos. But I end up streaming too much because it is easier to just chill with chat. And it's hard to fit filming in to my life sometimes because I avoid doing it. Mormon Zion video, yeah. The Mormon settlements in Utah in the 1800s were known as Zion, or were, you know, Zionists, literally, definitionally, of their time, but they were Mormon. If you go to Utah, there's Zion National Park, a bunch of shit, Zion Bank, Zion Street, you know, Fort Zion. There's a bunch of shit. It's banned because Oceana sued them because of the editing. Interesting. Okay, that's good to know. Thank you. There's a cult. No, I'm just talking about the Mormon Church, the history of the mainstream Mormon Church, not some fringe group. And it also coincides with the history of westward expansion by the United States, because the Mormons settled, much like Israelis do in the West Bank right now. Mormons settled on indigenous land. So a cult, yes, settled on indigenous land and conducted massacres of indigenous people, violated peace treaties time and time again, fought multiple wars, and killed enough indigenous people that eventually they called the United States government and said, send the army in and we'll vote for statehood and you can have Utah. We've helped conquer Utah. Come and finish the job. And they did it. They did it. And all the forts built by the Mormons are pretty much still there. If one of the ones that I found that had been taken down in like the 1890s or something, they built a recreation of. So you can go to these forts. Even killed non-white Mormon pioneers just passing through. Yeah. No, they literally, and they did it because they said, this is our Zion, our holy land as promised to us in the Bible, which is the same thing West Bank settlers say. It is the same thing. It's the same rhetoric, and guess what? It's the same technique of settler colonialism. It's a tiny Americaception. No, it's an expansion of American manifest destiny, which is the same kind of attitude that Israelis use to justify West Bank settlements, to justify invading and occupying Gaza, and eventually planning to turn it into a fucking water park or whatever. Like, you're activating my LDS special interest. Yeah, this video might get me on some Mormon lists if it got big enough, because if the Tim Ballard one didn't already, I was talking so much shit about that guy. But to be fair, the Mormon Church distanced themselves from Tim Ballard. But also, he's still very Mormon. Mormonism is a religion of American exceptionalism. They literally think America is promised to them by God. It is Zion, Mormon Zion. And these are Mormon Zionists that fought these wars and settled on land that didn't belong to them. You're ex-Mormon? No, I just have Mormon family, so I have, like, experience in the Mormon church and stuff. Like, I went to Mormon church as a kid. My grandparents who were Mormon watched me a lot when my dad was working. We lived with them for a few years, so I have a lot of memories growing up with my Mormon family. So I have, like, experience, but I wasn't, like, raised Mormon. I have such a mixed, spread out family because I was going back and forth between my mom and my dad's once I started school. So it's whatever. I have, like, experience in a lot of different ways of growing up. But yeah, it's just like Israel. It's the same story. It's just what we're seeing now is the modern version of it. And it's just devastating. So I want to talk to a bunch of I want to try to see if I could talk to Mormon historians. I want to see if I can talk to indigenous historians. Were you homeschooled? No. Thank God, no. No. I would have been very different. I got essayed in the Mormon church. I'm so sorry. And the bishop tried to make me apologize to the guy because it was ruining my family's life, and he really is a great guy. That's Mormon church protocol. They'll do that for anybody. I know stories like that too. It's never a man's fault for that kind of stuff. You can't ruin his life, as if assaulting someone like that doesn't already ruin so many things for them. I was 11. I'm so sorry. It's very common, not just in the Mormon church, but in America in general. But anyway, the Mormon Zion thing is just, it's American history that isn't taught. These were all Americans that did this. They did it and then collaborated with the American government to finalize it. So this is real, like, solid history that you can go and touch. You can touch these forts that they built to massacre indigenous people in a defensive war. And America was like, yeah, Mormons have a right to protect themselves. And we armed them and joined them. And we're like, well, it's ours too. We split it. We split the spoils. Like, it's history that we are not taught. And I want to go and, like, examine it physically and experience it and be there and really, like, just expose people to this completely covered up part of history that is so in such like basic alignment with modern political, like, what the fuck am I trying to say? Like modern settler colonialism in Israel, to put it plainly. Do you know in Utah there's a mandatory Utah studies class for all 7th graders to take, which in retrospect is just propaganda about how primitive the indigenous people were? Yup. And guess what they do in Israel, dude? They teach them in school the same kind of revisionist settler history that we're taught about indigenous people, except they hyper-victimize themselves and say that every Palestinian is, like, trying to actively kill you and your family. They raise a society believing these things, seriously believing it, and then participating in it. We do that in Texas as well. It's the same. And there's a reason it's the same. Israel is America's proxy. That is our I mean, it's South Korea of the Middle East, or Japan. There are a lot of countries that functionally are this way as a result of history. Extensions of the American state that exist for advantages in the region. That's 100% true about the classist stuff, not to mention that the founding principles of Mormonism are based on ancient artifacts from an ancient race when it's just fucking things Joseph Smith dug up in native mass graves that Americans made. Yeah, there's a ton of revisionist Mormon history, and I kind of want to get into that too. Can you recommend a source to learn about this? That's the thing. I'm trying to make a video to be the source because you have to know and like you have to read Mormon sources about this stuff, and they don't exactly like phrase it very plainly. They're very around the they beat around the bush with it. Chicken sandwich. Isn't it a big thing that Native Americans are actually the descendants of white people? No. Mormons believe that all people of color, all, are known as descendants of Lamanites. Lamanites are a race that was cursed by God with dark skin because of sin. They were given, it's called the Mark of Cain. Sorry. I made a mess.
You couldn't have been too impressed
A
with
pickle
our
got
capital. It
caught
looks
in
like
the
shit.
crossfire. I didn't know this had pickle on it. What food did you get? I just got a chicken sandwich from Chick-fil-A. I don't like this lore. Yeah, it sounds like Dark Souls, right? Pickle Rick. Pickle. Black people couldn't hold the priesthood until 1978. Yeah, and Mormons deeply believed in slavery, institutionally. They had a council after. So the lore gets crazier because you have to understand John Smith was assassinated prior to the Mormon Exodus. And then there was a crisis of leadership in the Mormon church. And that ended up with a council of 12 Mormon elders that I believe still exists. It's just called something different. But functionally is the same thing. 12 Mormon elders that dictate the agenda, basically, of the church. And operate it as basically a religious cult's imperialist subsidiary. I don't know. It's making money. Elders of Zion. I need a chick who will let me fill her A? That's insane. No, there's still a prophet? I know. But I'm talking about, like, leadership, right? The prophet... Wait, is there a current... There's a current prophet?
Agony.
Chad, how do I become the prophet? That's a really good question. I am pausing it. Cut to you eating Chick-fil-A. I'm sorry. God, this is a huge mess. Yes? Oh, okay, so I didn't know that. Who's the current Mormon prophet? Russell M. Nelson. Being super old, there's always a prophet? God damn, is it like the president of Mormons? Did we finish the Gordon? No, we barely started it. I started talking about Mormons. Are there still 12 apostles or is there more now? Did they update it? So, like, okay, so they do update, like, the Mormon religion. For example, caffeine used to be banned. Now it's cool. So these are all the guys that make those decisions, if I'm not mistaken. Being Chick-fil-A fake leftist? What do you want me to do, ma'am? They don't make the woke beer from the new norm. Otherwise, I would only ever eat and drink woke beer. But they don't make it. It's not real. There's a quorum of the 12 apostles. Kinda, but not coffee or tea, though. Yeah, none of the caffeine that existed when Mormonism started, but soda is new, so we can have that. Okay, great.
Warrior is Italiano. Real people is Italiano. Mormons are not Italians.
You know what's funny?
Wario is not a Mormon. Warrior is Italiano.
Why is it doing it twice?
Real people is Italiano. Mormons are not Italians.
What's funny is my Italian family is the Mormon side. That's what's weird. So what is Russell M. Nelson? He's the current Mormon prophet. What does he do? Is he like the Pope? Is he like Mormon Pope? Is he reincarnated Joseph Smith? What's going on? What is this? He's a cardiothoracic surgeon. God, Mormons are so rich. He's building 168 new temples in countries around the world. Oh my god. Ah! Oh my god, my fucking sandwich is falling apart. Mormons that I know still won't drink caffeinated soda. Well, I guess my Mormon family's a bad Mormon family. They give a fuck ton of money to the church, but they still drink Dr. Pepper like their life depends on it. So what does he do other than tell people to build temples? What's his job? It's a very good video idea. I think I appreciate that. I think it's all right. I just want to get into the nitty-gritty of the Mormon history, talk about where like literally where the state of Utah comes from. It's named after the Ute indigenous tribe that was there. What happened?
Gengkak Maya.
Pinust.
Spielbarrow, thank you for the 6 months. Thank you so much. Temple numbers are purposefully misleading. Those are only in the planning stage to make it look like the church is growing more than it is. Oh my god. Intrigue. Ugh. They wanted to call it Deseret? Is that what they wanted to call Utah? A lot of America is still named after indigenous people. I believe Wyoming, Tennessee, I'm pretty sure. Mississippi, Illinois.
Everywhere, and like there's sticky.
I'm glad I ate most of my food before I went back to this. Dude, how does this happen in your restaurant? Yeah, the Dakotas. Isn't the founding of Utah the plot of Starship Troopers? Kind of, yeah. Except if all the Starship Troopers were super into their weird cultish religion. Poo-poo spray. Like, what even is this? I'm definitely still listening. I was just also looking at Warhammer games on the side because I'm like, there's so many of them. I feel like I've been missing out. I feel like I like these games, even the strategy ones and the shooty ones. A lot of them are shit. Most of them are terrible. Dark Tide looks good. Dawn of War rules. That's what I was looking at. That's like a strategy one, RTS. That seems fun. I like Command and Conquer. Dark Tide rocks. Dark Tide and Vermintide seem cool. The Total War ones seem interesting. Like Total War 3 or whatever. There's so much to look at. Rogue Trader. This one looks fun. It says it's the perfect 40k game. That must mean it's good. This looks like Baldur's Gate or something. And that sounds fun. Play Bluey. There's no video game of that, is there? Dawn of War is the classic one that everyone likes. I see. There is. Okay. Is it woke?
Like a bomb.
Rogue Trader is a lot like Baldur's Gate. Lots of skills and rolls wasn't my thing, but it's good. It looks good. Dude, he's just spacing out on the right. This guy's clearly... The dude on the left is clearly the problem. He's... Just fire him. Like, the chef was bad, obviously, but this guy's, like, not a manager type.
Wow.
Several restaurants? Yo, what? He's disassociating. I push my staff to buy a house.
My staff to buy their own house, and here is why. I want every staff member, when they leave our group, to have something to show for their time they spent in our company. I don't want people to work for me and waste their life. Your time is priceless, and if you don't know that, you better wake up. So if you work for any company, you gotta make sure that you are accomplishing something by the time you leave that company. I push all my staff.
Grind set. I paid a Gen Z to edit my video.
And just so I mean, or to and
this is a trend. That's so funny. Old meme. I like the responses. Ew. Put a whole crab on a
our
Bloody
ultimate
Mary.
Bloody Mary. This Bloody Mary is phenomenal. As you see, it has the soft shell crab, it has the shrimp,
Oh, it's
the
soft
oysters, the whole vegetables, which is the pepperoncini, the onions, the lemons, limes, spicy green beans. This is a whole lunch, right?
Yeah, it's a little much, man. Did I miss the debate? Yes.
Fucking come down here.
Those magic. That was sick. Holy shit. Oh, I swore. God damn it. Reset timer. Have you heard about the Tom McDonald AI blackface? What? No. Thought this is what you were talking about, but I guess this is from 5 years ago.
If I was black, probably wouldn't
with anyone who's white.
I guess this isn't blackface, this is black body. I guess now he's just completing the cycle.
Cause that slavery would honestly always be on my mind if I was black. Probably wouldn't ever wanna drive, cause if police pull me over, I might go around and die. If I was black, I won't lie, I'd be scared to walk at night. The whole neighborhood is tripping like I'm out committing crimes. I'd be pissed at all these cracker rappers singing about my life. Stole my music, stole my style, give it back, that is mine. If I was black, just look at the...
Dude, that shot was nuts. Wait, did he used to be woke or something? I'm really confused. This shot. (2019)
Black, just look at the facts. We don't stand a chance. 1 in 3 is...
Yo, what is this? How did I find this?
Locked away, over half don't know they dead. See, white privilege ain't a money thing, but it's white people who are running.
There's some statement to make here. There's something poignant here. There's something... I don't know what it is. I don't know. I don't know. So wait, you're telling me that was 5 years ago. You're telling me his new album has like blackface in it? I'm trying to find it. What is his new album? This? I mean, that's this song that we were just listening to. Okay, I don't know where it is anymore. I lost it. But that was the song we just heard. There's an old Fantano video about it. Oh my god. This is before Fantano was bald. Huh? Trigger warning, Fantano with hair. Did y'all think this was real? Or not real. This is real. Did y'all think this was new?
Top of the morning. Hold on.
Boom, boom. Top of the morning. Baldtano. Make him bald again.
Baldtano.
Make him more liquid. Wait. I guess there's a chaperone drama. She told off her photographer. How ironic. Hey, maybe it's Slay. Let me see. What's going on?
Travel! Travel! Not me.
What did she say?
Over the shoulder! Travel! Not me.
Don't what? She shouted back at a photographer who was yelling, "Shut up." Longer video? Full clip? Oh my god. Not me.
Why was some guy telling her to shut up? Was she talking? This is just a crazy moment. Like what? Who said that? Why? I like that. I think he was talking to another photographer. I don't know. I don't know. I don't know what any of this is. I just saw it. Have you seen Trumpy Trout?
A message from the 45th President of the United Ponds of America.
Let's make fishing great again, okay?
He's here, everyone's favorite.
Dude, what is that impression? My Trump impression is better than this.
Fish, Trumpy Trout.
No one has ever seen a fish like me.
Trumpy Trout is an animatronic talking fish with a big personality.
And the family will gather and laugh.
I am the hugely bigliest fish in the pond.
Watch his fins flap and his large mouth move as he makes speech after speech in high fidelity sound.
Dude, high fidelity sound? Hugely biggest fish.
Bass, a bad fish, crazy fish, criminal fish, and drug.
It sounds like they hired like a guy on Cameo. This is a real ad running on Newsmax.
Fish, but some bass are good fish, and I only love some of them.
Mount him to your wall or use the built-in stand to display him proudly on your desk. Now you'll
display him. Hassan said someone would have sex with this. The children yearn for animatronic Trump fish.
Never miss a Trumpy Trout rally.
Dude, they're filming him. They're putting him on TikTok.
I'm building a new pond, and the bass will pay for it.
Set him to motion activated to surprise his fins. I mean fans.
My fins are big. I have the biggest fins. No fish have fins like me.
Or turn him on and let his inspiring words delight the crowd.
All the fish love Trumpy. They just love me.
Catch Trumpy Trout for yourself or someone you love.
Oh, they can try, but they can't. They just can't.
Treat yourself to this limited edition Trumpy Trout for
Do not turn him on.
just $59.99. It comes with your official Make Fishing Great Again certificate of authenticity. Order right now and we'll instantly upgrade you to the deluxe version with desktop stand and Trumpy Trout jingle free.
He is the greatest trout, without a doubt, the biggest fish.
And for even more fun, we'll give you a discount when you buy more than one.
We got the shoreline secure. No bass in this pond.
Supplies are limited, so don't miss your chance to hook the greatest fish of all time.
I am the greatest trout, and there is no doubt.
This is a limited edition collectible from Top Dog Direct. Or
gun YouTubers. Gun YouTubers buy this. You won't. You won't. I dare you. You'd have a 1 million view banger on your hands. Trying to take out Trumpy Trout. Gun YouTubers. Get him. You won't. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. The whole family. This is not in stores. How many would you like? Oh, I didn't swear, chat. Oh, I was hoping I could get 100. Yeah, $60. This is what Joe Biden's inflation has done. $60 isn't even enough for a video game anymore. They're $70 or sometimes $100 if you play Call of Duty. But Trumpy Trout is $60 now. Where in Barack Obama's America, it would have been like $30. Think about that.
order now at TrumpyTrout.com. That's TrumpyTrout.com.
Here's another Chaperone clip. Wait.
This is
quite overwhelming and quite scary. I think for someone who gets a lot of anxiety around people yelling at you, the carpet is horrifying. Yeah. And I yelled back. I yelled back. You don't get to yell at me like that. This is quite overwhelming and quite scary.
Bidenomics inflating the Trump pussy prices. First of all, you're talking about Trumpy Troutussi. Here's a clip I actually wanted to talk briefly about. Might as well just do it now. This is like a transphobic clip of something that isn't even necessarily transphobic. I show Speed finds out the girl he was on a date with in Thailand is trans.
เด็กๆด้วยกันอันนี้หนูพูดได้ใช่ปะเขาถามว่าเป็นเพศอะไรคุณตอบได้ใช่ไหมใช่ค่ะตอบได้ transgender
Oh. Yo, like, when did you make the transition? แบบว่าแบบเราเริ่มที่จะเปลี่ยนตั้งแต่เมื่อไหร่ครับ
ตั้งแต่เด็กๆตั้งแต่จำความได้
เหรอเราอายุประมาณเท่าไหร่กี่ขวบ
ประมาณ4-5 ขวบได้
Okay, that's
ใช่
Yo, so she said she started her journey ever since she was like 4 or 5.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, man.
Bro, what the fuck, bro?
Some crazy stuff.
Is that a snake?
Thai Australia.
อันนี้หนูพูดได้ใช่ปะ
I think he handled this not awful. Listen. I think it's a good example of like the kind of insecurity a lot of men have around trans women, but also Speed has dated a trans person in the past. And I don't think it's something he's necessarily uncomfortable with. It's just the connotation. It's the socialization. And he didn't really do anything. He just didn't really react. But that was still taken and clipped by these fucking grifters that farm impressions all day. Jobless losers that literally this is nothing. This is nothing. He didn't do anything. And they're just trying to like they're forcing it. They're forcing it. They're trying to make the meme, okay, whatever. They're trying to force a meme out of this. When like, no, dude, he wasn't thinking about this person. It had nothing to do with this person and everything to do with the blue check marks that are gonna like make a thing out of it. That's what he's thinking about. That's what's making him uncomfortable. Okay, God. Twitter. Anyway. It's just a really gross thing to clip and act like he did anything. Honestly, if I was Speed, I would request this to get taken down and be like, you can't just slander me and act like I'm being transphobic when I'm not. But, you know. That's the thing that actually requires courage in this situation, is to stand up against, like, the people that are literally taking you at your, taking you out of context and trying to, like, manipulate what you think and put words in your mouth. Standing up for trans people in that instance requires a lot of courage, and I don't really see Speed doing something like that, unfortunately. Because I don't think he understands even how he feels about it. I think he just got, like, flustered. Anyway, I like Speed. And I think people trying to call him transphobic for this is not fair, including the people who think it's based to be transphobic trying to call him transphobic. That's fucked up. That's really not cool to do. Anyway. Chat, it's been a long day. I'm ending it here. What did he do? He didn't really do anything. Anyway. I'm ending it. Let's raid Frogan. I may or may not be live tomorrow. I'm going to try to get some work done. I need to make a video. I want everyone to go say hi, be nice, have fun with Frogan. Be nice, be normal. Have a great time. Thank you guys for watching the stream. Sorry I got emotional about chicken. Fucked me up, but hey. I'm glad I got to talk about it a little bit. But anyway. Bye, guys. Have a great stream with Frogan. Thanks for being here. I'll see you guys next time I'm live, probably day after tomorrow. See ya.